jabba jiving, it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabba and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, this is Coffee with Lavender. I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and with me here is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful, bionic dance, Kate Farr. How are you, dear?
Well, I'm still working my and I've been working really hard on Quinn Redshift, and I just completed a segment, not a scene, but a segment, that is just, I'm like going, ooh, I really got something here.
Ooh.
Yeah. If I start to seem a little distracted during the show, it might be because I'm planning out the next shot in my head. So, yeah, it's great when you love what you do. And it felt like for a while I had sort of lost my passion a little. Mind you, the holidays were kind of hellish.
Yeah.
So, like for a month or so, I was getting maybe a couple of shots done a week instead of the like 2 or 3 a day I'm used to doing.
Alrighty.
But it feels like I got my groove back, so yay.
This is a good thing. I like it.
Right, it is.
And we're still not anywhere near finished, right?
Well, I mean, I'm moving at a much quicker pace than I was.
Okay.
Like there was a scene, I guess I'd call it Act 2, because we're in the middle of Act 3 right now. That was just, it was nothing but lip sync and plot simulation and all kinds of crap going wrong.
Oh
apparently
my.
I'm at low volume. I better check that. But yeah, it was. It was difficult. It was a bit of a slog, right? Hopefully that does something to my sound, but they keep automatically readjusting it. Stop that! I
Boy,
really
I'll tell you.
turn that off. But anyway, yeah. So, we're getting closer to done. Really. Let's see. What page of the script am I on at the moment? Probably somewhere in the mid-30s of 44, for what that's worth.
44 of 900, right?
No, 44 total. Let's see. We are on...
Here, let me see.
Let's see. Only 26. Crap. But a lot of it, like just looking at it, isn't even dialogue. It's just descriptions of stuff happening. And dialogue is what will bog down the production time. Like, seriously, dialogue is the worst.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it needed a little bit of work on my end. I turned my slider up, and then they said you sound better, so... Okay.
Well, but I keep cranking my volume up, and it keeps getting cranked down.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I'm not even trying to make that happen. It's happening automatically. Like, it's trying to readjust itself around how loud I am, and I needed to stop that so that I can, set it to where I want it to be.
It does that sort of thing to me, too. No matter where I am, even if I'm in WinCrap or if I'm in Linux, it does it no matter what.
Well, I know there's a way to do this. Okay, hold on. So yeah, next.
Ooh, we have 10 people watching. Hi, guys. How is everybody?
Does not appear to be doing what I want it to do. Come on, for fuck's sake. I know there's a way to do this. It's just hidden.
Probably in the registry somewhere, right?
No. It's buried multiple menus deep is the problem.
Oh my!
Like it is there. It's just they put it like click preferences, then click options, then click the audio tab, then click advanced, that kind of nonsense.
Uh-huh. Oh, Major's having all kinds of fun with his new phone.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Says,
Okay.
I only got an hour of sleep last night. The alarm on the new phone glitched and wouldn't turn off. I hit snooze and it kept sounding. I went into the phone and dismissed the alarm and it kept going. I tried to turn it off from the app and it kept going. I cleared the cache and it kept going. Oh, God. I am so sorry, honey. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
Did you just try rebooting the phone entirely? It doesn't sound like it.
It sounds like not yet. No, yeah, that's the thing. Pull the back off, pull the battery out, see if that fixes it.
So I go to turn off the phone, and the setting got changed to activate the voice assistant instead of turn off the phone. How strange. Well, whatever, I guess. I mean, yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, setting up this microphone does not seem to be doing what it's supposed to, and this is very frustrating, damn it.
I don't know.
Oh, no, actually, maybe it's working now, a little bit. Ugh. See, part of the problem is that it wants to do too much for you, and it doesn't let you set it manually as if you're someone who knows what you're doing.
You need to run Linux.
No, because Linux is not compatible with programs that I absolutely need. So, maybe if Linux were like fully Windows compatible, I'd consider it, but it's not.
That would be something that would be a really good improvement. I give you that, definitely.
I mean, honestly, most of the folks I know who use Linux are doing it just to be different.
Well, I'm doing it because I like it. I mean...
Yes, but I'm saying most of the people I know are doing it to be like computer counterculture.
Oh.
It's like, oh, I'm not using the mainstream shit. I'm using something that's, made by these, blah, 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 independent, blah, 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 and it's like, yeah, okay, but it's not really to anyone's benefit, is it? Other than being able to say, look at me, I'm a member of the computer elite.
There you go.
There's always sort of an element of snootiness to it.
I will give you that a lot of people are. Yeah. It's unfortunate because you see that, you apply it to everybody, and unfortunately, not all of us are that way. I mean, I just like the way it feels. I mean, I have been running Linux for 23 years now.
Well, see, there's part of the problem, though, is that sort of stick in the muddiness. It's one of the reasons why I'm still using 3ds Max, even though Blender is out there, is because I'm just so used to it. Mind you, also part of it is that I'm in the middle of a project, and you really shouldn't try to change over in the middle of a project. But even if I wasn't, I've played around with it a bit, and it's built around a sort of different idea, different paradigm, a different scheme, and it's gonna take a lot of getting used to if I'm gonna switch over. In fact, my big hope is that Quinn Redshift takes off and I can just afford without feeling it to pay for copies of the latest version of 3ds Max. Much as I hate that subscription system, I'd love to stick with what I know. But I may be sticking with it to my detriment, since I'm not sure Max is the future and Blender is really free. So, it might be that much like I'm doing there, that you stick in a Linux for 23 years is just not helping you.
I mean, it was absolutely fantastic until I started broadcasting.
I'm not asking about was. I'm asking about is.
Well, the one area where I do have trouble, and I admit there are some troubles, is in the broadcasting. Everything else is absolutely beautiful.
Well, I'll be honest, a lot of when I hear you fiddling around with the broadcasting stuff, it usually sounds like you're trying to do it in the way it's not supposed to be done. Like you've got the right idea, but the wrong methodology big time. Like your end goals are great, but that's not how that's done.
Well, I suppose that at some point, what I really should do is put a lot of study into just the mechanics of everything and just write some shit from the ground up. Although
Well,
anymore, I
that's
don't
not
know.
necessary. That's not necessary. You just gotta do it the right way.
Yeah. I have no
I mean,
idea what
I
the
know what
right
it's
way
like
is.
to I know it. Well, that's the thing is I know what it's like to know what you want to do and to only know enough of the program to try to brute force it. And that rarely yields good results. Sometimes you just got to give up doing it the way you want to do it because the goals matter more.
One thing I wish is that the open source people actually had some expertise in what they were writing for. Um, for example, I wish the people who were writing accounting software actually knew how to keep a set of books. I wish that the people who wrote the open source video editing stuff actually spent some time editing videos.
Well, a lot of them do. Again, if you're using the program with an idea of how to do things that's just plain wrong, then it's going to feel like they designed it badly, when really it's meant to be used a certain way.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, just what little I've heard about how you've been using OBS makes me think that you're trying to square peg round hole it a bit.
I don't know. I don't. I wish I knew more about it, and I guess in order to know more about it, I've got to find what passes for the manual and actually read the damn thing.
Well, it's not even that necessarily. It's not a matter of understanding the functionality. It's a matter of knowing how to use that functionality to accomplish certain things. I mean, goodness knows there have been times I've looked at something in 3ds Max and gone, this'll do the job, when it turns out that there's something custom built to do that job, where using what I thought was going to do it required like so much extra work just to force things to work the way I want them to. Well, it turns out that I could have just been using this other thing over here all along. I mean, it doesn't help that they gave it a name that's completely counterintuitive, so I never thought to use it until someone else told me about it. But even so, you got to use the right tools for the job. And you have to know how to use them. Or rather, I take that back. I don't mean how to use them. I'm saying you need to know why you need to use that tool instead of another under these circumstances.
Well, that's the sort of thing I used to get from reading the manuals.
Yeah, but
that's when you actually had real manuals.
Well, whether you do or not, I mean, again, a lot of times those manuals are written assuming you know certain things you don't.
Yeah, that too.
So sometimes you need to really talk to someone who's in the industry. You need to actually talk to someone who has done all of these things before, who can tell you, no, stupid, you use this, not that. Yeah,
you use, let's say, you want to add a gear to a panel. Okay, you use this tool called fishing line.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm lost. You want to drill a hole in it? No, but I mean, it's more like the difference between, okay, we have this special drill that is designed to do this without damaging anything around it, or you can take a hammer to the back of this screwdriver and try and put it right through the panel.
There you
that
go.
kind of thing. And it's like, sure, you might be able to make that work, but it's not going to be pretty by any stretch. There's no finesse to it, and you have the danger of damaging something else. Whereas, if you use the right tool for the job the right way, you'll accomplish the same thing so much better. But if you didn't even know that tool existed in the first place, much less how to use it and when to use it and why, obviously you're going to fuck it up. But, you don't even necessarily know enough to know what you don't know to be able to even ask the question sometimes, So,
there you go.
Occasionally you just plain need a mentor or a teacher or something.
Mentor, that's just east of Cleveland.
Waka. No, but seriously, like, I know I've mentioned before I tried to learn how to program back in, like, high school, and the teacher never really taught us the mindset behind making a program. Like, he was really good at explaining how to do this, that, or the other thing, but he never really taught me how to build an engine.
Yeah.
So I was brute forcing a lot of stuff that an engine should have been able to do just by calling out certain functions under certain circumstances. I had way too many if-then statements that really weren't necessary and could have been handled with a lot more finesse. Things like that. If I'd had a better teacher who would have said, okay, here's how you make a game. Start with the core engine. Then I might have actually stuck with it for a lot longer. So again, if you don't have the right teacher, sometimes the thing you're trying to learn is just plain out of your grasp because, like, there's some arcane bit of knowledge you need that no one gave you and you couldn't have gotten on your own.
Here's an interesting one. Mage just said, like using a step drill bit for drilling in plastic instead of a regular drill bit. I never knew that's what it was called. Until I just looked it up. I looked up step drill bit, and I see something I've seen much times, and I never realized that it was called a step drill bit.
Well,
moo.
Regardless, I stand by what I say. I have a feeling if I were there, I could point out something about OBS you're doing wrong.
Oh, there are probably many things in OBS that I could be doing differently and much better.
Well, perhaps, but I think I could solve a lot of those problems. It's just, if someone doesn't even have the right vocabulary, it can really get in the way.
Yeah. Tayo korostu.
So, okay, let's see. Are we open yet? I'm out of weed. I need something from the dispensary, and I know they were delivering yesterday, damn it. Oh, they don't start till 10. Okay. Ooh, football. Excuse me.
Siya que de postaya. Maloko po
And it
patiana.
looks like they still don't have my strain, although they do have the brand, and I stand by that brand. They make some of the best weed out there, but...
Stand by your brand. No, huh?
Well, you didn't even give me a chance to react, but no. Yeah, I'm going to have to try the Paris Purple Punch next. Watermelon Skittles, and that's ZK instead of SK on Skittles. I mean, that stuff was pretty good. I'm hoping Paris Purple Punch is closer to Grape Ape.
Okay, then. Sounds good.
Well, because Grape Ape so far has definitely been my strain. Just
Sounds
saying.
good to me. Sounds decent. And I don't know if you know him or not. Do you know our very own Stephen Bauman, the geologist?
That sounds familiar. That sounds very familiar, but I don't know. Would I know this person by a screen name?
I don't know of one.
Okay.
I think he just calls himself Stephen Bauman. But yeah, he's our very own geologist up in the Michigan area. He's going to have a book coming out soon.
Is it about elves?
Well, if you find the elves in the rock faces, yeah, I guess.
Okay, that explains it. The Skittles strain is related to grape ape. No wonder I enjoyed it.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay, okay.
It's its second cousin twice removed or something?
I don't know. But
Okay.
there's one strain called Granddaddy Purple or Granddaddy Perps, as it's often known, and it's pretty good. And apparently it's related to grape ape. No wonder. No frickin' wonder. All right. Sorry,
Alrighty
I just
then.
I looked it up and it yeah. Anyway,
Sounds good to me.
uh, so a book about rocks, eh?
Yeah, roadside geology of what the heck is it? Roadside geology of Lake Superior, I believe.
Okay. I don't know. I don't have a lot to do with these geode-loving feldspar jockeys. I had that like okay. There was what 12 seasons of The Big Bang Theory, but for some reason that line stuck in my head where like Sheldon has this complete disdain for geologists, right? He says it's not a real science, and at one point he calls geologists geode-loving feldspar jockeys, and it slayed me, and I never forgot it. Maybe it's because I love anything that uses the term jockeys, like when Cyberpunk 2077 was coming out. And all of the problems were and all of the delays besides COVID were that CDPR was trying to put out Cyberpunk 2077 on old school console systems as well as PC and the not yet released next gen consoles, right? And so every time I was like, oh, the big problem is all the console jockeys, because like they were using console systems instead of PCs. And I don't know, anything like that, geode-loving feldspar jockeys, console jockeys, whatever. Mind you, there are some terms that you probably shouldn't be using. Apparently camel jockeys is like slur for Arabs or something. But
Yeah, yeah.
still, it's I like it. I don't know why, just the format of it, the something jockeys. I don't know.
Here we are. The book is Roadside Geology of the North Shore of Lake Superior in Ontario, Canada.
Okay.
One hell of a title. But he says it should be coming out in a couple of months. No pre-orders, unfortunately.
It doesn't sound like a very entertaining book.
Well, remember that you and I have very different ideas of just exactly what entertaining is.
Yes, but that's because you've closed yourself off to certain sorts.
No, not
I mean,
necessarily.
no. I've asked you about, like, how many movies have you not seen?
All of them.
Well, there you go. Maybe if you started watching some movies, you'd understand a bit better.
Oh my! But I've seen plenty of opera.
Yeah. There is very little opera that involves spaceships unless it's space opera, in which case it's no longer opera, really.
Oh my! Oh my!
Sunday Dream. Okay, Dave Bowman, Sunday Dream, is that indica, sativa, hybrid? What is that? He says, I've got something called Sunday Dream. I assume we're talking weed strains, because that sounds like a weed strain, if anything does. Sunday Dream, are you kidding me? I mean, let's put it this way. I'm looking at Clover's menu right now. Northern Lights, Purple Paris Punch Cart, Watermelon Skittles Fruity Cart, Banana Kush Cart, Blueberry Kush Cart, Purple Punch Jeter Juice, Blue Banana Live Resin, Burberry, Field Cookies and Live Resin, Mendo Breath Papaya Live Resin, Skywalker Bomb, Granddaddy Perps, Runts Cartridge, Papaya Cartridge, Royal GMO, Royale GMO, whatever the frig that is. Chocolate Cherries and Night Trooper, whatever the frig that is. So I mean, let's face it, Sunday Dream would fit in really well with all those different names, am I right?
Okay. Yeah, and speaking of, God, it's been a long time since I've had a chocolate cherry. You know those things, right? Or no?
Well, if you're talking about a chocolate-covered cherry, then yeah.
Yeah, those.
I've never been a fan of cherries because you can't just eat them. Maybe if they came in seedless.
Oh, I don't mind that. I mean, you just chew around the pit and then you
Well,
get rid of
that's
it, you know?
work. I would like something you can just pop like popcorn, you know? Boom, there you go. Like a
Well,
grape. I would rather something that was more like a seedless grape when it comes to cherries.
well, I suppose that you could get a cherry pitting machine and then.
I'd rather find some geneticist who can, engineer a seedless cherry the way they did with grapes. Although, have you ever noticed that seedless grapes aren't so much seedless as it is that the seeds are so tiny you don't notice them?
Yeah, that's basically the case, yeah. I mean, you do have. You look hard enough, you will find those little tiny seeds. They're like little specks of fly shit, basically.
I don't spend a lot of time looking at fly shit, but all right.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, is like, if they could make a cherry seed unobtrusive so you could just eat the cherries like grapes, I'd be a lot more down with it.
And watermelon, seedless watermelons are the same way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have to admit, I do like watermelon for much the same reason I like celery. It's like if celery is dinner, then watermelon's dessert.
Okay. Okay.
It's crispy. It's got a lot of water in it. Like you can't even call it moist. It's freaking wet. And
Yeah.
I mean it's not too filling. I don't think it's particularly dense. So it's really one of the perfect foods, and so is celery. It's really good for your digestive system, and it doesn't taste offensive to a super taster, even unadorned with peanut butter or whatever the fuck people put on their celery. Don't need it.
There's what I wanted to do, and unfortunately, I was too wrecked yesterday to do it. I wanted to get some more peanut butter, even though I'm not supposed to have it. Because the last couple sessions of dialysis, I got totally wrecked. Blood pressure crashed and everything, and God, that leaves you feeling like shit. So, no shopping on the way home, unfortunately.
Yeah, I went out shopping this morning. It's weird. I went out thinking I needed more than I have, or more than I needed. I could have sworn, like last night, I was telling myself, okay, remember, go to the store, get X, Y, or Z. I wake up and I can't remember what it is, so I go into the kitchen, I'm looking around, and I'm like, I don't feel like I need anything. Why am I so convinced I have to go to the store? And I'm like, well, I am out of Red Bull, but I'm sure that's not it. Close to being out of cereal, close to being out of juice, but I don't really need to go to the supermarket yet. I could put it off till tomorrow. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
I'll just give it a half an hour. When you're in the midst of doing whatever it is that requires that thing, that's what I wanted. Yeah.
Well, but all I was after was food. I suppose part of what I wanted was something, again, sort of vaguely grape-like or popcorn-esque, little one-at-a-time foods. You know what I mean?
There you go. There you go.
And I didn't get anything. Well, the closest I got was pineapple chunks. It's been a while since I've had pineapple chunks. Other than that, I don't know.
I want to know whatever happened to grape candy. I don't see grape lifesavers anymore.
I'm sure they have grape candy. Just it might be mixed in with stuff. Like I know there's grape Skittles.
Okay.
I mean, sure, you can't just buy a packet of grape. Actually, it wouldn't shock me if you can now. But also, I'm sure there's grape Jelly Belly jelly beans.
I'm just not much of a jelly bean person. That's the thing. I
Okay,
mean, I
well,
will eat them, but
Okay, you can either have grape candy or you can have grape hard candy, but you can't necessarily have both. You might have to choose.
Yeah, but that's just the thing I was looking for is the grape hard candy.
Well, you didn't say that, did you? You just said grape candy.
Well, yeah, I know.
Well, this
I
is
keep
part of why we
forgetting that
have so many communication errors, is you're not complete with what you say.
I keep forgetting that there are soft candies, you know.
Oh, well, here we go. Grape Jolly Ranchers.
Oh, okay. Might have to see if I can find some.
Well, I'm looking right here on Amazon.
Because I was becoming
Let's
a,
see.
I was becoming a
$15 for
3.
it doesn't say. Well, no, it's a big old box, but I'm not
Okay.
sure like how many are in it. I don't see a size. It says here 100 of them though. So $15 for 100 of these.
Okay, so they're 15 cents each, huh?
Looks that way. See
Wow.
right here, 15 right there. So if that's what you want, you can have it.
But you better hurry because it's going fast. Make your mind up fast.
If you say so, sure. Why not?
You know the song.
I really don't, and it's probably from before my time.
Of course it is.
Well, then why on earth would I know it? Seriously, if it came out prior to 1980, assume I don't know what the fuck it is. Unless it's been, well, no, you wouldn't know if it's been in 1,000 movies. But, you know, like you remember, maybe it was last time, maybe the time before, but I made reference to that Meke Liki Maka, whatever the fuck, song. And you were like, I wouldn't expect you to know Bing Crosby. I'm like, I don't know Bing Crosby. I just know it's been in every goddamn Christmas movie. You know?
Alrighty, yeah, let's see. If you want it, here it is. Come and get it. No.
I think there's a chance you just sang it really poorly.
I sang it.
You know,
Totally
and it probably
shitty.
would have helped without the whiny, whingy voice too. You know?
Oh my, oh my, oh my. They say Come and Get It 1970. No, that doesn't. I guess so, yeah. By something called Badfinger.
That name sounds familiar, but then again, well, I don't know. I might be thinking that dude named Littlefinger, who I think was in Game of Thrones, but I don't know.
Okay, then. Oh, wow. Hi, Beach. Didn't see it come in. And Beach says, I used to work next door to the Jolly Rancher factory in Colorado. Couldn't stand the smell of the candy after a while. Now I can't even look at a Jolly Rancher candy.
Yeah, don't you hate it when stuff like that happens, where it's something you like, but you get exposed to it way the hell too much, and all of a sudden it's just like, and for
Yeah, but
your life you want nothing the fuck to do with it.
Moof
You know, I mean,
beef.
I've mentioned some of the bad experiences I've had with, say, lobster, and to this day I haven't eaten it. I was a toddler. I was not yet 5 years old when I saw that icky green glop come out of a lobster, and I've refused to eat it since.
Oh my.
I'm
What?
assuming that was lobster shit, but I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
And honestly, I mean, this is one of the reasons why there are creatures out there I refuse to eat, because we don't get the guts out before we serve them.
Okay.
Or if we do, it's not very obvious. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a cleaned sardine or anchovy.
I don't think I have either.
Well,
And I love sardines.
well, I can't stand them. But I mean, that might be a super taster thing. I don't know.
It
but
might be.
I find
It might
them
be.
absolutely disgusting. Or if I may engage in a little, well, I know you're going to try to make humor out of it. They were a bit foul,
Okay.
you know, despite not being chicken. So I don't know. But the point is that, you know me, I don't like to eat guts. You know?
Yeah,
I
okay.
prefer to eat stuff that it cannot be described as organs. I realize flesh, muscle is an organ, but you know what the fuck I mean.
Yeah, huh?
And so, yeah, the idea, like, I don't even know, do shrimp have organs? From what I've seen of people eating shrimp, it just looks like one big solid mass of muscle through and through.
Well, I mean, they do have organs, but they're kind of diminutive.
Well, let's put it this way. Do people eat them when they eat shrimp?
I'm guessing yes.
All right, well, I don't want,
I don't know.
me, I don't eat seafood,
Let
so.
me look. Let's see if we have how to clean a shrimp.
I do like crab legs. I will definitely eat the living crap out of crab legs. I'm not sure exactly why I like them so much, but yum, 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 yum.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Using a small paring knife, cut a shallow incision along the top of the shrimp all the way down to the tail. Use the tip of the knife to lift out the vein in the shrimp. Discard the shells and veins. Rinse the shrimp with clean water if needed and rest them on a paper towel to dry.
It doesn't really seem to answer my question much because they only talk about veins. Where's, like, the digestive system? I mean, is it all in the shrimp's head where the weird mouth tentacly bits are?
That's what I really don't know. I gotta look here. Shrimp anatomy. Let's look that
Yeah, I
up.
was about to do that. Anatomy of a shrimp. No, not nerds. I meant the animal. Okay, but that's not its inner bits. Here's the inner bits. Okay, it looks like, well, it sounds like they leave the guts in.
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Looking at the image I'm seeing right here, let me share a tab.
You're looking at the same thing I'm looking at.
I imagine right here is where they cut it for the food parts. Like, they probably throw away the head, right?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Which is where the stomach is up front. But here's the anus. And somehow I doubt that they can yank all of that out.
And
Maybe I'm wrong.
What I'm wondering, though, is when they say vein, do they include the intestine in that? It could be.
I'm assuming they mean the posterior aorta here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because the posterior aorta and the intestine seem to be rather entwined.
And then here we have the anterior ganglion right here, although I'll be honest, that doesn't look like anterior to me, but whatever. Still, it sounded, they did not mention guts. They said vein. Now, unless they were being, figurative or incomplete or something.
Okay.
It does sound like they leave in, what I'm assuming is intestines, but it just says gut.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at this picture over here, and even the ovary seems to be right behind the eyes. It's like, okay, interesting the way they've got this baby put together. What was God thinking when she made a shrimp?
Well, the thing is, I'm looking at the shrimp, and I'm only seeing a side view. Let me see if I can get like a shrimp head, because I want to see what it looks like from the front. The reason I say this is because I've been really trying to come up with some decent aliens, for when I continue Twin Redshift at some point. And I'm trying to not make them obviously like kit bashed from Earth stuff, especially like their heads, but at the same time coming up with an alien face that where humans can recognize the expression, but it's not just a human face that's been a little bit warped, like symmetrically warped. I don't know, and I was hoping maybe a shrimp head would be a decent alien face, but honestly, I can't tell what the hell's going on in a shrimp's face.
Hey, Von Rick. Hi, how are you, honey? Haven't seen you in a while. Von Rick says deveining is ripping the anus and colon out. Okay.
Oh. Well, maybe they should have called it something other than deveining.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That just seems like a strange thing to call it.
Yeah.
But okay, if that's the difference, that's the difference, I suppose.
Okay then.
Still, I don't know. I don't see the appeal of shrimp. What I've smelled makes me go, no. No, that's what something smells like when you throw it out.
Oh, I've got a bag of shrimp in the freezer. I love every now and then to steam some pre-cooked shrimp and then stir fry them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of stir fry, I've
Yes, dear.
been working on some I like Asian food, and I've been trying to make my own. And I've come up with a better way of cooking something that I've always been doing.
Ooh.
It never really occurred to me what order to cook things in, and even when to start certain things so that everything's ready at the right time. Because whether I'm using noodles or rice, there's a difference in the cooking time there, and I'd like everything to be ready at least when the stuff I'm frying, the stuff I'm actually stir frying is ready. Because usually, dump the rice or the noodles in last.
Yeah,
Is a
right,
very
right,
good
right,
idea.
right.
So I've been cooking the vegetables at the right time and all of that, and it's coming out a lot better. But there's a chance I should be using less of the white pepper because it is overpowering the dish a little.
Okay then. Okay.
Also, I've learned how much less is more when it comes to things like teriyaki and soy sauce. Because I used to just drown everything in that shit, and it turns out, no, just a few sprinkles will do.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like Five Spice. I don't know if you've ever used Five Spice.
Yes, I
but that
have.
stuff will overwhelm the fuck out of a dish if you use too much of it.
And
Like,
it's
even a
very
pinch-
easy.
Even a pinch is too much.
Yeah,
Right?
it's very,
Seriously.
very easy to overuse Five Spice. Yeah.
And everything smells like chai when you use it too. So I mean, I could buy a thing of Five Spice, like one of those tiny little shakers of it, and 10 years I won't even be done with it.
Yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
do spices go bad?
Yeah, they do. It takes a while, but they do.
Yeah. Well,
I know that
regardless.
it's unfortunate because I'll go to the grocery store or whatever, and I'll buy a container of some sort of herb or spice, and you pay $5 for it, and you haven't used a third of it by the time it's, the rest of it is shot. So, you're paying $15 for what you've used, basically.
You're shopping at the wrong spice store. I can't remember paying even like half of that for spices.
Well, it depends on the spice.
No, it doesn't. Or at
Yes.
least not where I shop. But I mean, sure, there's probably some really expensive spices that I'm not using, but most stuff is under $8. I mean, unless you're buying in a greater quantity than I am.
Oh no! In other words, I was doing some weird math. You buy a container of spice for $5, but you use a third of it. So what I was doing was multiplying the $5 by 3.
Yeah, that didn't come through. It sounded like
Okay.
you were paying that much for one
No.
container.
I have paid that much for saffron, but saffron
I'm not
is
100%
expensive.
certain what that does. Like I'm sure I've had it. I know it's prominent in a lot of Indian dishes, but I'm not 100% certain what it tastes like, how it affects a dish.
It's mostly for color. It doesn't have that much of a taste.
Well, then I wouldn't. Why, if it's just color?
Well, if you want that
before I pay that much.
If you want that intense yellow for some reason.
Again, why? I can get that just from curry.
Right, but I think, didn't the original curry recipe have saffron or something? I forget.
Maybe it does, but I'm saying with curry powder, I can get that yellow color.
And you can,
Hell, for all I know, curry powder has saffron in it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Or at the very least, turmeric.
So,
Because you can
oh,
also
hey,
get a
B,
yellow
how
out
you
of
doing?
turmeric.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, hey, Mr. B, how the hell are you?
Mage says vanilla chai toothpaste. That sounds interesting. It does irritate me that they make almost all toothpaste taste like mint. Since when the frick is mint clean? So I mean, I once found like citrus flavor toothpaste, and some part of me was like, is this bad for me somehow? Because I'm so used to like toothpaste being in the mint family that getting citrus toothpaste kind of felt like I was brushing my teeth with candy. And I
Yeah,
was like, is this really all that healthy? But it might just be because I'm so freaking used to mint.
weren't we looking for weird toothpaste flavors one day? Because I remember finding chocolate toothpaste.
That might not have been me, or it was long enough ago that my spotty memory doesn't recall.
Okay. Oh, Arnold says uses turmeric usually. Okay.
I'm not sure what that tastes like either.
Oh my! I'm trying to find a word to describe the flavor.
Well, is it similar to anything?
Trying to remember if you find it in yellow mustard.
Well, that's not going to help. I'm not into mustard.
Uh, okay, let's look up turmeric
Well, I can do that.
flavor.
What does turmeric taste like? There it is.
Overwhelmingly,
Flavor-wise, it is overwhelmingly earthy and bitter. Ugh, almost musky with a bit of peppery spice. Oh, but it says it's a flavor in most curry powders.
tayo korostu.
Maybe they're defining bitter and musky differently than I would. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna find someone like who has some and give it a whiff.
There you
Like
go.
I wish you could do that actually in the supermarket because I'm looking at the spice aisle and I'm going, I want to change up what I'm making. I would like to make some dishes that are a bit more, well, just different from what I usually have. Same ingredients, different spice makes a different dish. Really, I mean, you take the rice and vegetables and meat that I usually use for things like curry or teriyaki, you could still make a Mexican dish out of that with the right spices. So I'm trying to expand my spice spectrum, but I don't know what anything tastes like or even smells like, and you can't sample it there in the supermarket. So how am I supposed to know what to use unless I can go somewhere and they let me either try it or sniff it or whatever,
Yeah, true. And Beach says it's supposed to be good for arthritis. Okay.
Well, and I do know I love ginger. If it's similar to ginger, but grows similar to ginger. I don't know about tastes.
Teta palakise.
Actually, yeah, I'm seeing some of it here, and that looks a lot like ginger to me. Hold on, so tab this bad boy and
Hello?
there. See that right there? That looks like ginger to me.
Yeah, doesn't
But
it though?
it's turmeric. So, all right, go. Maybe I'll pick some up. I mean, I do like curry, and they say it's similar to. I mean, if it tastes similar to ginger, I love ginger.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, and like even though I've never watched Gilligan's Island, insert Mary Ann joke here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I actually have never watched, I think I've been in the room when it's been on, but I've never sat down and watched an episode of Gilligan's Island.
I do believe I've watched several.
Wow. Also, The Love Boat. Never watched The Love Boat either. Or Fantasy Island.
The plan. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that's got to be like racist as fuck now. I don't know.
Oh,
But again,
my.
I don't know where her Village A's was from. Is he still alive? I doubt it.
No, I forget what killed him.
I honestly don't know where he was from. For all I know, that accent is genuine and therefore not racist, at least in terms of itself. it may be like, I don't know, was Tattoo supposed to be like a simpleton or something? I mean, because if he was being portrayed as sort of like a savage in civilization, then fine, that accent was offensive as fuck. But if he was just some guy who happened to work there at the island, then no biggie.
Now I'm looking here. Where do we have? Oh, here we are. Now, let's see. He was born in Paris.
So, dude's French, really?
So it appears. Uh, Occupied Paris, born 23 April 1943.
Not Harv. The hell?
Hervé.
There we go. Oh, no one. Well, I've never heard anyone call him that. I've only ever heard people say Herv. He was in a James Bond movie? Huh. Okay. Mind you, I haven't seen a lot of James Bond. So, suicide by gunshot? Apparently, dude killed himself.
Alrighty then.
Well, let's see. Became alcoholic and depressed. Says here that Fantasy Island's ratings suffered when he left. Huh. Well,
He was a trademark.
yeah. I guess it'd be kind of like if they tried to make Seinfeld without Kramer.
Okay.
Like, it just wouldn't work, would it?
Right. Oh, this is interesting. At the time of his death, Cartoon Network was in negotiations for him to co-star in Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Huh. As?
Let's see. It says here he would have voiced Space Ghost's sidekick on the show. Who do they mean by sidekick?
Brack. I'm assuming Brack and not Zorak.
Okay, that would make sense.
I mean, picture Zorak French.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work. I don't know. The only part of that show worth watching really was Brack, though.
Hi, my name is Brack. I tell you, the Cartoon Network Brack was much better than the Hanna-Barbera Brack.
Well, I never actually watched Space Ghost. I've only seen a little bit of, Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I have a few CDs that have some of their sketches, but that's about it.
Okay.
But seriously, like Brack was just hilarious. I mean, Space Ghost himself had some moments. Zorak was just a jerk.
Yeah.
It's like, I remember this thing with Space Ghost. He's like, "Hi, kids. I have a big head. I'm having a big head day. How's your head, kids?" Things like that. It was just like bizarre. I don't think you could do that today. I think the 90s were a time when like Space Ghost and Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead and all of those, like the sort of what do they call it? Adult Swim on MTV era. Like the beginning. No, Liquid Television. That's what I'm thinking of. Liquid fucking Television.
Yeah, Adult Swim was
Cartoon.
Was that Nickelodeon? I
I
thought
don't
it
know,
was
doesn't
Cartoon
matter.
Network.
It doesn't matter. The point is, I was thinking of Liquid Television. Back when they were still doing like Eon Flux and all of those. That's an era when you could do something like Space Ghost Coast to Coast. These days, I'm not sure it would work. I mean, it's not a matter of, the jokes wouldn't translate or they're offensive now. I think it's just a matter of the cultural mood, the zeitgeist, just the vibe and energy of pop culture was perfect in the 90s for that kind of thing. Now, I'm not sure it would work as well.
Yeah, the 90s were a different time, weren't they?
Well, I mean, it was an era when if you were independent, you could be a lot more successful than now because, let's face it, everybody's independent on YouTube now. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And so the field is kind of saturated. But back in the 90s, if you had a decent sort of like Wayne's World-esque public access show, cable access show, you could do pretty well.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And like, look at some of the early YouTubers who did a lot of pop culture stuff. Some of them have actual TV shows now, like Nostalgia Critic.
Oh, okay.
Or Red versus Blue, the fan-made video stuff with Halo, got its own TV show at some point.
Okay,
You have no
then.
idea what I'm talking about. You know the game Halo?
No.
It was like the big sort of premiere thing that launched with the original Xbox. And I don't know if this started with Red versus Blue or if Red versus Blue just rose to the top of the fan-made video stuff that not found footage, but basically what people would do is they'd use video games to like games where you have enough control over the characters to do whatever the hell you want. They would use video games to create stories, to create animations, usually comedy, but not always. So Red versus Blue was just a bunch of people dubbing their voices over like Halo characters in a player versus player where no one was trying to kill each other. They were just, the characters are standing around. And they made some amusing as hell characters that came like into some situations, scenarios, and it was pretty funny. And apparently they made a TV show out of it because it was that popular.
Okay, then.
So, but that was a long ass time ago that Red versus Blue was a thing, like originally, when it premiered. Nowadays, I think that's more difficult because a lot of people have done that sort of thing since. So unless your writing really rose to the top, somehow I doubt that you could be as successful as Red versus Blue was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I mean, I'm thinking of myself more than anything else here when I say this, but I'm not sure that anyone anymore would want to restrict themselves. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not restricting yourself. Maybe you're opening yourself up by going from YouTube to television, because I've heard you say that, yeah, there are things you can do on network television that you can't do on YouTube.
Yeah, but that's also changing. I mean, part of it might be, we didn't go to television, but we did go to a streaming service. On the streaming service, the FCC really holds no sway at all. So, you can swear up a storm, tell off-color jokes, anything. I mean, so it might be that if someone goes to a streaming service instead of like network television, cable television, whatever, yeah,
then.
like those restrictions aren't there. So one of the things, like the Orville was on Fox for a good long time for its first 2 seasons, and now they I don't know if season 3 will ever fucking come out because they keep changing the release date on us, but season 3 would be on Hulu exclusively. And they were like, well, this gets us out of the 44-minute time restriction, and it means that we can be a bit more unfettered with our jokes and situations. And it also gives us a chance to have a better budget to create better effects. So, moving to a streaming service is really a benefit for some shows.
So is that what we need to do? Do we need to move to a streaming service?
Well, I mean, it would certainly help the fame, but have we ever gotten in trouble with YouTube for stuff we've said or done?
Not really. I think there have been a couple very tiny things, but...
Well, let's put it this way. Has it been more than demonetization?
No.
Well, there you go then. I mean, we don't necessarily need a streaming service for anything other than fame, prominence, whatever.
There you go.
But it sounds like we have the creative freedom we need to do whatever the heck we like, as long as we don't start throwing around like N-bombs.
No, I don't think I want to do that. No,
I barely even say the word clinically, where it's like, okay, someone got in a lot of trouble for saying... Fuck, you know which word I mean.
That one.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't be afraid of saying a certain word, but then again, people are so willing to take things the worst possible way these days that why risk it?
Yeah, I know. I was rather surprised a few days ago when I was looking at some YouTube videos, and there was a YouTube video that used that word clinically, and it actually went through without getting beeped out. Um,
Oh, they don't beep stuff out, they just demonetize you.
oh, here, I thought they'd pull you down for using a word like that.
Oh, well, they might kill the video, but they are not going to bleep it out for you. Either you bleep it out or YouTube
Right,
does
right,
it.
right. In other words, yeah, I mean, it was not bleeped out, so whoever it was that uploaded this
Oh, I
thing
see. You
didn't
mean
do
by
it. Yeah,
the original uploader. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, they was undefined.
Sorry about
Um,
that. Yeah.
but I mean, but was the video monetized is a question.
I don't know. Really don't. It was a historical thing. It had something to do with very racist white people appearing on Oprah's show and a few other things, and they were throwing that word around.
Okay,
Um,
but again, I was after specific information. If it wasn't monetized, it's all I needed to know.
yeah,
Um,
I don't know that it was.
well, I mean, that's the thing is one of the biggest complaints people have had with YouTube is how am I supposed to call out bigotry without describing the fucking bigotry? But when I say something about like other people, bigoted people have said X, Y, or Z, and here's why it's wrong, they will only hear the X, Y, or Z over at YouTube and decide to demonetize you. And it's like,
Right,
what the fuck? This isn't fair.
right,
I'm
right.
portraying the bad stuff, the stuff that's against community standards, as a bad thing and doing a clinical analysis of why. And you guys have decided to kill monetization. And the worst part is sometimes the original video is monetized, but they decided that your rebuttal of it is against the
Yeah, huh?
rules.
I've seen
You
that
know,
happen so many times with people's rebuttals getting nailed. I know of a couple of people who have had your channels temporarily suspended for rebutting some stuff that actually made it through untouched on the original upload.
yeah, it's bizarre. And I mean, I've done a couple of interviews with YouTube. And it's like one of those things where you sign an NDA, they do like a user survey kind of deal where they ask you about this, that, or the other feature, and then they give you a little bit of money for it. And I have mentioned this issue, that how do you call this out? And one of the ways I've put it, and not just for that, is how do I follow the rules if I don't know what the hell they are? Because so many of the community guidelines leave out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, huh?
It's like it's not very informative about where the line is drawn. And there have been a bunch of like articles and interviews out there where they talk about how a lot of it is just down to the opinion of the human reviewer.
Yes,
A
absolutely.
lot of it is just down to what they give a damn about. So if I put out an atheism video, which I'm not going to do, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, huh?
Back when I was still doing that instead of animation, if I got someone who was sympathetic to atheism or someone who didn't give a damn, sure, the video would go through. But I bet there were a couple of times when I got a Christian who was fucking offended by the content of my video, and it doesn't matter whether I like violated community guidelines. They're just going to say nope, regardless.
Yeah.
So, and I kept saying to them, at least give us a chance for an explanation. If we object to something being demonetized, at least give us a text box for us to say why.
Yeah, huh?
Like
Yeah.
why you should allow this.
Oh, Mage, yeah. Mage says one more reason to get out of atheist response videos. Yeah, you got a point there, hon.
Well, I mean,
Um,
for me, it was a matter of I want to do my art, and I'm getting tired of some of the people in the scene, and just a whole bunch of things like that, where I was just like, you know what? It's time for a change.
I don't know if I'm looking at it incorrectly or not, but when I'm looking at stuff that's out there, most of what I see feels like people sniping at each other.
Well, I wouldn't
Um,
know. I've unsubscribed almost every atheism channel at this point. I mean, don't get me wrong, people still do good work, and I'm still an atheist, and I'm still against religion, but honestly, I started to feel really icky in the scene.
okay, yeah, yeah.
And it was mostly because of the behavior of some of the people in it, but still.
Because I mean, I've thought of doing some stuff again, but the other thing that comes to my mind is why? Who's listening? Who gives a shit?
Well,
Um,
if
I don't
I'd
know.
started with that mindset, I never would have done a damn thing.
Yeah, and it's trying to drag myself out of whatever rut that is, and trying to get the wheels turning again. I know, and I haven't figured out what tack to take yet. So,
Well, I don't think that's what you should do. I think you should just put shit out there and find what works from that instead of trying to get it perfect right away. Now, I've gone through several different formats on my channel, different ways of presenting it, different. I mean, like my first bunch of videos weren't even refutations, it was just my opinion on matters, you know?
okay.
And it took me a long time to find a format that worked for me. For a while, it was just me on my couch, you know?
I
And so
remember those.
it's really just a matter of trying stuff and seeing what sticks. You will not achieve perfection right away. It's kind of
Oh,
like I keep telling you, stop trying to make everything into like a TED Talky dissertation complete with footnotes. That is not like, no one's going to care. You know, no one's going to look at all of your references and citations and everything and actually track them down. That's not how this works. People are going to respond to what you put in the video, and that's it.
well, I mean, right at this point, I just don't know if I want to head north or head west. I mean, it's a very general sort of thing that I haven't figured out
So do
yet.
both. Nothing says you have to restrict yourself. Nothing.
Daiu korostu.
Yeah, I mean that's something to be aware of. I mean, one of the things that I did a lot was look at some of the more popular channels and try to figure out what the hell they were doing that I wasn't, or how they were doing it where I was doing it differently. And I have to admit, it did help a bit. I mean, I've since dipped below 25,000 subscribers because apparently people are unsubbing now that I'm not making atheism videos, but I'm still above 2,400.
Okay.
Or sorry,
Okay.
24,000.
Okay.
And like, so I did something right.
I'm actually above 24.
Yes, but no, seriously, like there is nothing shameful about like stealing from someone else's format,
Oh,
because
right, right.
and it can often be quite thoroughly worth it.
I haven't figured anything out yet. I'll get there. I will someday.
Yeah, but a lot of times it seems like you've paralyzed yourself with wanting everything to be perfect right away and not doing anything.
I mean, I just finished editing one of the cooking videos that's been in the can for weeks. Well, not in the can. That's been in the editing room for weeks and weeks and weeks. So I did get that much done.
I guess. I don't know.
Oh, my.
Maybe it helps that video has always been one of my passions. Like, I mean, from the earliest age, I knew that if I couldn't actually be in Star Wars, I wanted to make Star Wars. And obviously,
Okay.
I'm not doing that in particular, but, like, I've always loved video and film and animation and all of that stuff. I spent so much of my life just absorbed by the imaginary worlds other people have created. So much fun. And I knew I wanted to do that myself. I'm sure that's part of it, is just I spent a lot of time really passionate about this sort of thing. So if you're not video people, I can understand sort of not like really getting into it.
Mm. But
I don't know.
Mage does have a point. Mage says I need another 66 subscribers.
Well, to what Jeff just said here, I mean, if you steal someone's content, it's plagiarism. if you steal their format, I mean, let's face it, there's only so many formats out there. It'd be like I don't know, if Johnny Carson had gotten pissed at David Letterman, who in turn got pissed at Jimmy Fallon or whoever the hell's hosting one of those late night shows anymore. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like there's only so many ways you can do that. And it seems to me there's only so many ways you can like debunk a video, but certainly there are editing styles and techniques that you can choose. There's, the area in which you do your actual filming, whether it's against a green screen or just against a wall, a bookshelf, whatever, things like that. Are you using music? What kind of music? What's your intro like, et cetera, et cetera? It's actually, I have to admit, I was a little bit cranky with why am I blanking? Mr. Atheist, I guess. Jimmy Snow is like, I had for years started every video with, let's do this. And then he started, and I'm like, look, I realize that's, pretty generic, but no one else in the atheism community was doing it. It was just me, and I obviously made a point out of it, so it seemed a little bit obnoxious to steal it from me. But other than that,
Moo. Moo.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that he won the Cunt of the Year award recently?
Who, Jimmy?
Yep.
Oh, wow. All right.
No, it was actually a two-way tie between him and Donald Trump, but they decided to give it to him, I guess. So.
Oh, my. Because, I thought that they had given it to Donald Trump, but I guess not. Okay.
Well, part of the problem was, like, the poll was being conducted on Twitter, and you only have so many options in a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think you only can have 4 or something like that. Wait a minute. Yeah, well, the Johnny Carson example, not great. Ask Joan Rivers. Okay.
It doesn't matter. The point is that nobody is original with those talk shows, and nobody can really bitch because there's only so many ways you can do a talk show.
And they all stole from Steve Allen, so Jesus, yeah.
Which only furthers my point even. So, it's just like if you steal someone's format, but not necessarily the specifics, then I don't think you can really be accused of plagiarism. Not really.
There you go.
Like saying every sitcom is stealing from every other sitcom. Although, these days we're getting sitcom formats that are a bit different. I mean, look at things like, say, Malcolm in the Middle and Young Sheldon. No laugh track, no, no fixed set of cameras. There is no forward the way there is in a studio sitcom, like the camera could turn around and see just a regular old wall. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So, like, they do have sitcoms that are in different formats. I mean, hell, when I went to watch Young Sheldon for the first time, it was in that format where The Big Bang Theory is in a more traditional sitcom format. And it took some getting used to.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because, same show universe, radically different presentation. It really did take some adjustment to my expectations.
Well, it's been so long since I've watched anything on that sort of a presentation method that I don't even remember what looking at a soundstage looks like.
Well, it hasn't changed, I'll tell you that much.
Oh my. Okay, Jeff said I was part of the Cunt of the Year ceremony. There were 2 categories. Jimmy beat off a beat off a brave effort by David Silverman to win Cunt of the Year. Oh man.
Man, David Silverman, like I used to respect that guy, even count him as a friend, and then he just changed.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually had respect for him at one time.
It's weird how many people just change like that, too. I mean, I loved the crap out of Tulsi Gabbard, but all of a sudden she's turned weirdly right-wing. At least on certain issues, enough that I wouldn't support her now where I used to.
Okay, then.
I actually don't know though what Jimmy has done wrong in the last year or two. I mean, he won this Cunt of the Year award, but honestly, I couldn't tell you anything he's done. I just know I don't really like his demeanor very much.
Okay. I can give you that.
Yeah. And I will admit I'm a little bit envious of his sudden success out of fucking nowhere. I don't get it. Although I have to admit there is something similar to him and The Amazing Atheist in a way. So maybe that's it. I think people just respond to jerkwads. I mean, look at Atheism is Unstoppable. The guy's a complete asshole and they love the shit out of it.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
Maybe, and the thing is, I don't even really have that option, and I'll tell you why. Because if a guy is an asshole, people love him. If a woman is an asshole, baby.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the best I could do is try to get sexy, and that ain't happening. So,
Aw.
Stop that, you know you're an outlier on this one.
Oh, my.
Well, it's after 10, so I should be able to order from the dispensary for... Yep, delivery is open. Yay!
All right.
Often they update their inventory throughout the day, but it looks like they have not. It looks like they still have the Paris Purple Punch, and that's it. So, well, and the Watermelon Skittles. So, let's see. Let me just real quick check to make sure I got out enough funds.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Let's see here. I hope, like, the usual driver is Brandon, and he was out with COVID for a while, except I heard that it wasn't him, that it was actually his girlfriend, and he was just taking care of her. Actually, the guy said girl. It could have been a daughter. I honestly don't know. But he's a really nice guy. I just felt weird cheering for his recovery because you can't really say, let's go, Brandon, anymore.
There you go. Now, okay, Jeff says something here. Says to you, Kate, using his fan base as his personal dating pool is what really put it over the edge for Jimmy.
Oh, dearie me.
Okay, then.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If someone who was completely my type said, hey, you wanna? And they were from my, subscriber base, that's one thing. But it sounds to me like he was going recruiting.
That's the way it sounds to me, but I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you.
I don't know who Gabby Hanna is. I will say that Rachel Oates has her issues, but that's another topic.
Yeah, she's got issues, definitely, but she doesn't deserve the bad press, or a lot of the bad press she gets anyway.
I mean, yeah, I guess. She flew off the handle at me once out of fucking nowhere, which, I mean, not out of nowhere, but she certainly took her own personal issues and, like, applied them to what I had said in a way that really it shouldn't have been. Okay. And then she just sort of, I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess, but basically what I had said was that I feel a little left out of the atheism community sometimes because I was raised as an atheist and don't have a leaving religion story, not even a mild one. So like I have nothing to say. And she went, oh my God, I've been so abused by religion. I can't believe you'd make light of this, that, and the other thing just to have a campfire story to tell people, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, it's a little out of proportion, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like, sure, I get that some of you have been seriously abused by religion, but that doesn't mean that the experience of getting out of one is something, I can't super relate to that, and I kind of wish that I had something there to have that same connection, because I'm far too often an outsider as it is.
Yeah, I get it, definitely.
But she lost it when I said that. Lost it. And not even like a moment of discussing it. It was 0 to raw in one post. And you know what? I wasn't even addressing her.
Okay.
So I got my issues with that girl.
Kotapaleki. What you got on the egg thing over here?
Well, so I did put in that order. It's usually 40 to 60 minutes before something shows up, but it should only be a couple of minutes to go downstairs and get it when I'm assuming Brandon arrives. So, I can still do the show, is what I'm saying.
Alrighty then. That sounds moo. That sounds very moo. Oh, no, this is...
I love that weed is delivered.
According to Gabby Hanna's Social Blade, a website that tracks social media analytics, she has already lost around 80,000 YouTube followers within a month. This decrease can be seen as a direct result of Gabby's confession series, which has only backfired. I have no idea what they're talking about, but it sounds like somebody's hitting the rocks here, kids.
Sorry, hold on. You mentioned GH. Which one's GH?
Huh? What?
It says here, Gabby Hanna is a big YouTube name. You mentioned GH, you get subs. GH. Oh, Gabby Hanna. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I thought there was something you mentioned her name, like GH, whoever that is, to her, but I guess not. I just misread, that's all.
Okay, so if that's the case, then Gabby Hanna. Right now I should get a shitload of subs. No, huh? I could lose 80,000 subs here, and I've only got 600.
Oh gosh, Jimmy Snow is trolling people? Like his own fans? That's fucked up.
That's an icky doo-doo.
It's funny, Jeff, like, you say you weren't raised religious, but you had a brief dip into Norse paganism. I actually had a brief dip into Jediism. Like, seriously, I really, I was a child, but I tried so frickin' hard to use the Force, you have no idea. And when you think about it, the Force is basically a kind of like pantheism.
Kinda.
Well, it's an energy field generated by all living things. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together. Sure sounds like pantheism to me.
Okay. Yeah, kinda.
So I guess you could say I a little bit flirted with pantheism, but it was on the order of I'm a big honkin' geek fan, so it wasn't like I was really trying to have a religion, not really. I think it was the fan geek equivalent of I'm spiritual but not religious. And the thing is, like, I kind of get that expression, but I also kind of don't. Like, if you say you're spiritual, do you mean you believe in magic? Or are you just saying I don't believe in dogma?
Okay, when I would use that, and yes, I was guilty of using that phrase years and years ago, I meant that I was contemplative, something.
Sure, but I'm wondering what most people mean, not you. Because let's face it, your definition is not going to be the way, like, average Joe on the street uses that term.
Yeah, come to think of it, as a matter of fact, you listen to the way I use it, and there that's definitely not how the average Joe uses it, yeah.
Yeah, so, but I mean, seriously, like, because I've been searching for a word that means something that I'm trying to say without religious connotations. Because, like, if I listen to, like, certain kinds of music, or, heck, I'm inspired by a movie or something, I will get a feeling, like an emotional, just sort of vibe, energy, whatever, that I can't easily define. And I suspect it's very similar to what people think they're feeling when they say they feel the presence of God or whatever, right? And I've been trying to find a term for that, that feeling that's completely secular. And I've been failing miserably to find that. I've heard a lot of suggestions, but when I look them up, they always have some deal breaker element to them that
Okay.
makes them not apply.
Mm.
Like the numinous doesn't work.
Yeah, that's one word that I was trying to use for a while, and it just didn't work. I've heard Hitchens use it, and
Yeah.
I mean, it
Well, I mean,
comes
because
close, but
but the definition is having a strong religious or spiritual quality, indicating or suggesting the presence of a divinity. I don't know why a divinity, but all right. It doesn't really. It has that magical woo quality to it that makes me not want to use it. But the closest thing I can get to is ineffable, but that just means I can't fucking describe it.
yeah.
So I don't have a word for this that doesn't have like magical connotations.
I mean, there is. I've told the story a number of times. There is that feeling that I got and get the very few times I still can look into a dark sky and see nothing but stars from horizon to horizon. There is a definite feeling that I get in that situation, and only in that situation. Um, and it's got some similarities to what some people might have felt in a church, maybe. I'm not sure. But I never felt it in a church. I don't
Well,
know.
I think part of the difference, at least between what we're talking about and what a religious person might feel, is that for me at least, I know it's my reaction to something. That it's not external to me. The stimulus might be, but what I'm feeling is all me. It's not being
Yeah,
made to happen by something else.
yeah,
And I assume that religious people, when they feel this, are assuming it's coming from whatever they're experiencing rather than their reaction to it.
yeah.
I'm
I got you.
mind you, I'm assuming that. I'm guessing that. I don't know for certain. I'd love to see a study done. But regardless, whatever that feeling is, I like it. I like it a lot. I generally get it from music or fiction. So I don't know. I don't know. I need a term for it.
Yeah, this is
And
what
that's
I.
the thing. I also need that empathy helmet so I can make people feel it. So
There
they
you
can go,
go.
oh, that, because maybe there's a term for it. I'm just describing it badly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's. I miss it. I wish that I had personal transportation to where I could go, say, into the forest north of Pittsburgh and get to a dark sky again. Because I'll tell you, you get out into the lawn of the buildings here, and I cannot even see the Big Dipper anymore. When I was young, say single digits or something, I could look into the sky and I could see the Big Dipper. I can't even see that anymore. It is so freaking light polluted, or polluted
I
with light or whatever.
I can pick out the Big Dipper if it's, there. Usually Orion is easier for me to spot, even here in San Diego. But that's about it.
Yeah,
Like you can't really see more than that. And even in like South Burlington, Vermont, there's enough light pollution, like you say, to make it hard to see a lot of stars. They
yeah,
are there, but more so than here, but it's still not easy to see more.
yeah.
I
Me,
never actually, like, I'm sure I have going camping, but I cannot recall a time when I saw what you're describing as far as like stars from horizon to horizon. Or maybe I have seen it and it's just not as impressive as people make it sound.
it just about knocked me off my feet the first time I saw it. Really, it did. I don't know if there's a way to put it into words, to tell you the truth. The best I can do is look up a dark sky.
Well, but see, the thing is, I'm not sure it would even have the same visceral
There,
impact
yeah,
I have a feeling that if I were to go to one of those stars and stand on another world, I'd feel the same thing. But just looking up at the stars, to me, I'm just going, well, this is all inaccessible.
Yeah,
I don't get to play with it. All I get to do is look at it.
yeah. If I
Probably
open
for the
the
same,
image.
probably comes from the same place as not being impressed by the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you've got it there.
You know,
Um,
it's like I'm impressed by things I can interact with, or like, well, not necessarily, because there's also movies, but let's face it, these days they make a video game out of every frickin' movie. So I mean, it's not like you can't play with those characters. Uh,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Um,
I love how they will actually get the Hollywood actors from the movies now. There was a time they had to get impersonators, and they were rarely like very good.
okay. Yeah, I mean that is about as close as I can get here while I'm sitting at my desk.
What is?
What's showing on the screen right now? Uh,
It's clearly being shown to the stream and not to me.
oh, you don't see it.
No.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can fix that.
How are
Uh,
you showing it? Are you not sharing it through Meet?
um, no, it seems that the OBS is picking it up without sharing it on Meet. But what I can do is I can share
Oh,
a tab on Meet. Hang on.
yeah. That's what I expected you to do, frankly.
There you go.
Yep, I've never seen that.
Oh God.
But even if I did, I'd be like, okay. I mean, I am impressed by the fact that each of those is a sun like ours. That does impress me, and I really wish it's kind of similar to when I'm tooling around in Google Earth, and like I'll go to a foreign country, I'll look at Tokyo, and I'll see some of the people captured by the Google Earth car, and go, man, there are so many stories out there, and I'll never know even like a thousandth of them. I'll never even know a millionth of them, I'm sure. And it just makes me wonder about like hell, just fly around New York City in VR sometime and say to yourself, holy shit, there is so much to this. That I can get looking at a starry sky, but the problem is I'll never know any of it. I mean, short of aliens showing up and abducting my ass and giving me access to some sort of hyperdrive, I'm seeing none of that. And so to me, it feels completely irrelevant, unimportant, uninspiring, because the most I will ever do is read about what other people have done looking at them. And that's all they're doing is looking at them and studying them. We're not going there. It's just,
Moo, moo.
It's like I hear about all of these wild inventions, and none of them have ever been in stores. I mean, look at what the Microsoft HoloLens. That's it, which is like this really cool looking AR system. I'll never get to play with that. It's not in stores. They're only doing it for like businesses, and it costs about $3,000. You hear about, oh, hey, this hover car and this hover cycle are in the testing phase. They're still not in fucking stores. It's like it's really annoying to hear about all this stuff that I really wish I could play with, and I just never get the chance.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's why I'm unimpressed by a lot of these things, is because it's just I can't be involved.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind flying out to some other star system or something like that, but I know it'll never happen. Oh well.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe someday those aliens really will show up and go, yeah, we're taking you back to the homeworld, kiddo.
That would be, God, that would be so much fun if some really nice aliens came by and said, hey, we got a kidney for you here. Let's install it and take you out of here.
Well, I kind of meant, my birth parents showing up, but hey, mind you, it does seem like I found my birth mother, and she's decidedly, distinctly terrestrial, Terran, but never really stop and think about how we name this planet Dirt.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like, yeah, we named our planet after the ground.
Oh my.
I mean, it's interesting to me how many alien species out there seem to be named for their planet. Like
Yeah,
in
huh?
terms of sci-fi characters, it's like, oh yeah, the Centauri are from Centauri Prime. Gee, the Minbari are from Minbar. The Vulcans are from fucking Vulcan. At least the Klingons are from Kronos.
Okay then.
It's like, I don't know.
Jeff's got a point. Jeff says, look at our species. There's a reason aliens don't communicate with us.
Well, but you're assuming the aliens are any better. I mean, for all we know, there's aliens out there who are so much more provincial and bigoted than even the southern United States. You know?
Oh, wow, that would be
Like
horrible.
what were those creatures in Hitchhiker's Guide? I think they were from the planet Cricket, but I'd have to look. Where they like got out of their planet's atmosphere, which was perpetually overcast or something. They looked around at the rest of the universe and went, "It'll have to go."
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
And it's just like there may be some aliens out there who are total, hickey, bigoted rednecks with no teeth, going, "Ah, yes, Earth. Let's fuck around with them. Let's do the alien equivalent of cow tipping. Let's, abduct a few of these and probe them, just for the hell of it,
Oh, that's an interesting thing. Mate says, I've heard an argument that it's really very likely that every alien race would name their planet after the ground. Okay.
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that. I mean, for all we know, some of them might just say the world. I mean, like this is the place in which we live. This is the cradle of our civilization, indeed our species. It is the world. It is the I mean, I hesitate to say Gaia or Earth Mother, because let's face it, Earth is right in there, but it could just be that they name themselves after like existence.
Okay.
I mean, nothing necessarily points to the ground as a place to name your world.
Well, I'm thinking, and that's already trouble. But if you're aquatic, why would you name something after the ground? Yeah. No?
I mean, I guess. Then again, I have wondered about how an aquatic species could ever become spacefaring. I mean, unless they adapted to land at some point, they would have to fill their spaceships with water, for fuck's sake. Or maybe they would wear water helmets the entire time. But like how do you make an aquatic spaceship?
Oh, I could see a flying goldfish bowl, but I mean, to get the idea to do it, yeah.
Well, no, I mean literally just being able. I mean, let's face it, we have enough trouble launching a spaceship now. Imagine one filled with water.
Get heavy.
So, well, that's my point, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have wondered about that. In fact, it's something I've been dealing with in Quinn Redshift. There's a larger story, and one of the alien species will be aquatic. And I think I've come up with a way for them to overcome that and become spacefaring.
Oh, okay.
I don't necessarily want to describe it because it is a major, major, major spoiler.
I kind of guessed that, yeah.
Yeah, but I've been trying to think, like, I don't want to copy Babylon 5 too hard, but at the same time, it's really difficult to not have that advanced alien race that goes around playing God on various planets, like, okay, let's genetically manipulate this species and see what happens. One of those deals.
Oh, Lord, okay, yeah.
And so it It's really hard not to do that.
What prime directive?
I'm just trying really hard to do it differently. Like the thing that bothers me a bit is where, you have those people, those alien races, the sci-fi stories where it's like, oh yes, this species is so advanced to be indistinguishable from magic, and so they regard us the way we would regard ants. I mean, it's not like you can really chat with ants, but I'm sitting there going, but you can chat with humans. You can't really chat with ants because they're not prepared to comprehend a lot of what would be conveyed by speech. So even if you had a species that was so far below you in terms of intelligence and advancement, et cetera, you'd still be able to understand them, like enough to communicate. You may feel really dumbed down, but it won't be like talking to a non-sentient. So,
and yeah, it may be easier than most people think to communicate with another species. I mentioned this in the green room. I was reading earlier today an article
okay,
from...
don't get too far because I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay, from Scientific American that...
Like one sentence going somewhere with this.
Our puppies, for example, seem to be able to distinguish speech from gibberish.
Well, anyway, my point being that I was toying with the idea of having these like vastly intelligent aliens and making them just folks. Like as opposed to, oh, look at how mysterious we are and incomprehensible. We're just folks. We're just more advanced folks than you.
Okay, yeah.
I like that idea. Mind you, I've seen it played for comedy, and I didn't feel it worked that way, but I'm wondering if I can do it taking it seriously. Because, like, what was it, the new Star Control game, Star Control Origins, there's these species, why am I blanking out? Mowlings, that's what they're called, and they worship a god named Jeff. Now, Jeff is a super intelligent AI spacecraft, and the Mowlings don't know that. They just think it's their god who protects them. And later you end up meeting Jeff and having a chat with him, and you find out what that's going on. Now, mind you, it was played for comedy. If I'm going to have this super intelligent alien species, and I want to play it straight, but at the same time, I also want them to be accessible as people, well, that's going to be a bit of a balancing act right there.
Okay.
And you're right, Jeff. It is stealing from the best if you're going to like copy Babylon 5. But at the same time, I really do want to make something that's completely my own. And I think I can do it. It's just going to have Babylon 5 flavor, Babylon 5 energy. But at the same time, I'm going for a lot of other vibes. I mean, I want the sort of like lone explorer Buzz Lightyear style or Spaceman Spiff Dot style or whatever. But at the same time, it's a very Star Warsian universe in terms of tech, or at least the paradigm, not the level. But, because he's the lone explorer, he really has more of a Star Trek mission. It's like to explore strange new worlds kind of mission, to boldly go kind of mission. So it's a little bit different that way, because you don't get a lot of that these days. You don't get a lot of that lone explorer sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, what I'm making is very pulp. In fact, I was thinking about, if I hadn't called myself Bionic Dance, I think Pulp Cereal, spelled Serial, would be a decent name for what I'm doing. Pulp Cereal.
Okay, then.
Then again, there's types of pulp that aren't sci-fi. I mean, goodness knows a lot of the, like, noir detective type stuff. What? I don't think that's true. Hold on, my order just changed to has arrived. What the hell?
Moo?
Because that's not true. I may have to call the dispensary and figure out what the hell's up. All right, hold on. I think I have to.
Moo.
I'm going to turn my mic off for a bit.
Yeah, sure thing. We'll see if we can keep this going here. And yeah, it's the what trials and tribulations of ordering your favorite strain of grass. Or that's the interesting thing. I wonder where those terms came from. Well, wheat I can understand. I guess I can understand grass. Um, but as George Carlin said, Mary Jane. Nobody ever said it. I don't know. Oh man, I have to think about it sometimes, though. I do consider trying to get a medical marijuana card because there are times I am in such pain that I need something, and I can't take opioids. Who would give them to me anyway? Um, but yeah, the marijuana I remember years and years ago was about the only thing that would touch my spinal pain, and did a very good job on it, by the way. Very, very good job. But I haven't had the opportunity in quite a long time. The only thing is method of consumption, because I don't want to be smoking anything anymore. Um, I quit smoking 3 years ago, and were I to start smoking grass, I'm afraid I'd be tempted to start smoking tobacco again, and I don't want that. I mean, 3 years is 3.5 actually is the longest I've gone without smoking since I was about 14, maybe even 13. And that was not exactly last week. Okay then. Moo, yeah.
Okay.
How'd it work
sounds
out?
like there was some sort of foul up, but I mean, the order's still in. I guess they'll have to call me when it's nearby.
Alrighty then. Or just
Oh,
send the chicken over, right?
well, whatever that means, but all right.
Well, to get through the foul up. No? You keep forgetting, honey. I am an expert at not being funny.
Yes, but you keep inflicting it on us. So, Mage, like, tinctures, I'm a little surprised because, at least for me, tinctures do literally nothing. I mean, seriously, I took an entire container of tincture once and just downed it and nothing. And I mean nothing. It's weird. But if I vape it, ooh, baby.
Well, yeah, I mean, inhalation is really the best way to um, get something into you. The entire cardiac output goes through the lungs instantly.
Well, sure, but you'd still think that something going through the digestive system would have a little bit of an effect, even if it was just plain mild. But no, I downed this entire thing at once and felt nada.
Uh huh.
To what Dave Bowman is saying there, do I have any Quinn Redshift I can show today? Yes. I don't know how much I want to, though. I mean, granted, people will probably forget by the time it's actually released what I might show today, but even so, I'm not sure how much I want to do spoilers.
Do you have the one where Quinn moons the audience, or no?
I haven't even built a model where that's possible.
No.
These characters, all the clothing is baked in with like one exception, because there's a dude wearing a like sort of trench coaty cloaky looking thing. right? But so like it's not like they're naked underneath the like the clothing, whatever. It's the clothing is built right into the model.
There you go. I guess that's
So-
about the most. That's the easiest way to do it anyway, right?
It
just,
is, and
yeah.
and I mean, unless I really want the clothing to wrinkle naturally, that's all I got right there. I don't know. I think if I did something a little more photo real instead of toon shaded, I might consider more realistic clothing. But as it is now,
Okay,
no.
we can do that.
Let's see.
Oh, what do we have? May says tinctures are supposed to sit under your tongue for a minute or two
Oh,
to
I
absorb.
know, and I did that too. It did nothing, literally nothing. I mean, don't take me wrong when I say I downed an entire thing of tincture. I just mean I used it, and it is applied orally. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, no, I've left it under my tongue. I've done the same with edibles. I just don't seem to absorb weed through my digestive system.
Okay then.
So, or
Yeah.
maybe it's just I've built up enough of a tolerance that I don't, because I seem to remember once having a like an oatmeal cookie with weed in it a long time ago, and it kind of kicked my ass. So it might just be that if I knocked off the weed for a year, it would work out, but I don't know.
Okay. That would be tasty. Oatmeal cookies.
As long as they don't have raisins in.
I
Like, I
don't-
actually like an oatmeal cookie as long as it doesn't have zombie grapes, because those things are nasty.
I don't even have raisins at home.
Well, good.
I ate
Because
them all
raisins are
up.
nasty. They're unpleasant. You shouldn't eat them. No one should. They're bad for you,
They're yummy.
morale-wise.
They're yummy and tasty and nutritious and
Yeah.
delicious.
Blah.
Full of vitamins and minerals.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Full of marrow bone jelly. No, I really wish I had a word for it. The closest I got is cloying, but whatever the taste is like any dried fruit has it. It changes something, and it has a new quality, and I don't know how to describe it, but it's gross. It's the same thing I get from like apricots.
Yeah.
It's the like I say, cloying is the only word I got, but I don't know if that's the right one.
Yeah, I know what you're speaking of. Because I've had enough dried fruit to know that flavor. And it is difficult to describe in words.
Yeah. Well, I mean, So, who wants to see a tiny bit of Quinn Redshift? Should I?
Only if you want to.
It's all of about 20 seconds,
Tu faleki.
but I'm
Malakota.
very proud of those 20 seconds.
Das te betraya. Yeah, corazón.
That's definitely part of it. I'm hoping this shares the audio. Real quick, before I even really show anything, can you hear that?
Yes. I hear the Morse. Everything went silent.
Was I sharing my screen at the time? I forget. You saw this, right?
I saw the radio tower and I heard the Morse.
Good. All right. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Check this out.
Guys are all over me. I can't get away. I'm on my way. No, this bastard is registering son of a Martian.
Yeah. So that's the kind of thing you can expect from Quinn Redshift.
All right. What is the adjective? I didn't quite get it though. The something or other son of a Martian.
Dregs drinking son of a Martian.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with my own sci-fi slang. Everything has one. Dregs sounds a little too close to smeg, but the message comes through, drinking the dregs, bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, Karostoya.
And I'm sure dregs aren't good for you.
Nah, not really. No, they're kind of sludgy.
Son of a Martian. It seemed to be the best I could come up with. I was trying to come up with a good catchphrase for Quinn. Something like to infinity and beyond, or never give up, never surrender. And it's just been really difficult. The best I can come up with is something like if you're surprised, quarks and quasars, like that.
All right.
It's been really tough to come up with decent sci-fi slang.
Everybody's done it already, right?
Well, that and honestly, some of the slang out there is not even English words. Frack, frel, dren, hesmana, all of those. Most of that's from Farscape. One of it was from Battlestar Galactica. But, every sci-fi seems to have its own slang, and it's just not easy to come up with it, even when it's nonsense syllables.
Well, yeah, you've got to get good at nonsense syllables. Really, maybe something like Dayukorostu or something like that,
Or not. No. But...
Or there's what you could do. You could have your characters break into poo-poo song.
No, I don't think I'll be doing that.
No. They have Quinn sitting there, I get so full of poo. Yes, I get so full of poo. No?
No.
You knew I had to.
Oh, by the way, while I'm at it,
yes,
there is a part that I have been trying to cast for literally years, and nobody, even a few people have said, sure, I'll do that, and then a year goes by and they still haven't sent me the lines. I need a female voice, young, early to mid-20s kind of young. It's the bartender, basically. I've been calling her the bartendrix at this one bar. I need literally one word and a yipe like you've been tripped.
Oh, okay. I thought you had voiced that one for some reason.
No. I'm already voicing a character. No, I need, seriously, the word is one. You're in a loud bar, someone's ordering a drink and you want to make sure how many they want. You just go, one, like that, But
yeah.
Also, when, I was talking about that scene, I don't know if it was in the green room, where, that missile impact you just saw.
Yeah.
Rocks the asteroid a bit where the bar is, so she gets thrown off her feet. I need a yipe kind of thing, although better than that. I need that and cannot get it from anybody. It's so weird how hard this part has been to cast. It's one fucking word. I should probably get onto some of the voice acting pages on Facebook again, because that's where I found most of my actors, but I just haven't done it.
I don't know, would yipe work?
No.
I didn't think so.
Number one, okay, one thing that I cannot stand is when actors are supposed to sneeze and they literally say, achoo. I've met one or two people in my entire life who literally make the sound achoo. Usually it's like that,
Nista.
And so seriously, if you're going to sneeze, blow a raspberry. If someone gets knocked off their feet and literally says the word yipe, no. You know, it's supposed to be a meaningless, sudden exclamation. I've heard people use ejaculation to describe that particular, but
So have I.
I'm not going to use it because connotations, but it is the right term. You
Yes.
know.
Yes.
So, but yeah, it's like I need that and can't get it.
Well, how about something like "Nyah!"
No.
No.
No, remember, I'm not going for comedy here.
Well, I wasn't trying to go for comedy.
Yeah, but that sounds silly, and you have to know it does.
Nah.
Besides, let's face it, in no way do you sound like you're in your early to mid 20s.
I know that.
No, but seriously, if there's anyone out there who can fit that fucking role, please, please, I need like PM me on Twitter, or fuck it, I just use this email address for Quinn Redshift stuff. Anyway, quinnredshift@gmail.com. If you think you can do that shit and you have a good mic, and that is important, you need a good microphone, no room echo, no nothing. Seriously, contact me. I need to cast that part. I mean, it's not critical yet, but it's getting there.
Moo.
What are you doing, Xander? Oh, you're playing with a box. Never mind. Like Columbia's not box kitty, but Xander definitely is a box kitty.
Oh my, oh my. Thank you for reminding me I need to take some boxes out to the dumpster.
Yeah, I need to as well. Christmas usually fills up my apartment with boxes.
Uh-huh. Yep.
You know. But have you seen this study they did where they put like a square or a rectangle on the ground in tape and cats would still sit in it?
I don't think I've seen the paper, no.
Well, I don't know if it was a paper, but I certainly saw something on the interwebs with a lot of pictures and just people going, look at what cats will do. And like, I forget what the explanation was for why cats like boxes and stuff. Apparently it feels like a den to them, where it has one entrance so they can't be snucked up upon.
Okay.
You know, and all of that.
Yeah, but how does
yeah,
that
it's like,
how does that
cats
explain
like to sit in
the
squares.
tape square on the floor? That's what I don't get.
Well, apparently it's similar enough that it fools them somehow. I don't know, but there's like all these pictures of cats sitting in like taped boxes kind of thing. It's weird, but yeah. Right? Yeah. So cats like squares.
Oh, no wonder Sylvia likes me.
Nah. Said square, not straight-laced, but whatever.
Stedepiliki.
As much as anyone who's queer can be straight-laced, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much.
When the hell did I put in that
Scheisse,
order
Scheisse.
anyway?
Speaking of, I don't see the little one. Where is the little one?
Oh, stop it! Okay, my pharmacy is emailing me to get a flu shot. I'm like, you guys gave me my fucking flu shot. Ah, well.
Oh my, yeah,
And I do mean this year.
I got my high octane flu shot this year. I guess there's a flu shot that's a little more powerful than the stuff you usually get at CVS or something. I don't know.
Go on.
That they reserve for immunocompromised people and all that shit. I don't know.
Well, my flu shot this year, my arm hurt for like a day and a half, and that's it. There have been a couple of times when I've gotten a flu shot, and it did maybe a quarter of what my second two COVID shots did, which, by the way, kicked my ass. I was down for like 3-4 days, which is weird because the first shot didn't do that to me.
No.
Now I'm guessing maybe because it was new with the first shot, my body, my immune system just took a look at it and figured out what to do. And after it knew what to do for the second and third shot, it made me sick because it thought it was fighting a real infection. I'm guessing that's what my immune system did. But then again, this is, intuitive gut level shit. So, I'd ask a scientist before I really just, put that out there.
Sounds reasonable though, because what happened to me was the first shot did almost nothing, but by the time you got to the booster, number 3, geez, my arm was about ready to fall off. It hurt so damn much.
I'm not even talking about arm pain. I'm saying second shot and booster knocked me down like I was having the flu. Like 3-4 days, I felt like I had the flu. I just didn't have the runny nose symptoms, And so, like, seriously, if I get boosted again, I'm clearing a week in my schedule to fucking recover.
Yeah, pretty much. You'll need that.
Yeah, it was so bad. After the first one, I thought, wow, I must be one of the lucky ones. And then, ba-bam. So, yeah.
I don't know to the thing, but I would like to see the other end of this plague, but
Well, the weird thing is, like, how much people are treating it as if it's already over. Like, there were a lot of people at the... I don't know if you guys watch Breaking Points with Saga and Crystal. I've been watching it because, well, I've been watching it. And it seems like both of them are super impatient to get back to normal, quote unquote. And I'm like, there's still like thousands of cases every day still.
Yeah, and the numbers are going up.
Dying from it in job lots like they were, but it's not like this is over. But they're all going, yeah, well, if you get it, it's just, and you're vaccinated, it's just going to be like a mild flu, blah, blah, blah. Can't we just start acting like it's over? And I'm like, this is how you get spikes.
Yeah.
Is assuming, oh, look, the curve is flattening. We're done now. And that's not the world we're living in, dude. But they're so impatient. And I'm like, it's not time yet.
And I know somebody who was giving me a hard time a couple of years ago when I was predicting that this thing was going to be going on through 2025.
Well, we're not at 2025 yet. There's still 3 years to go, so hush you.
Oh, my.
But, I mean, seriously, like the overconfidence of, hey, look, the curve is flattening is going to make this thing get prolonged. It's the people who just act like this, who their mindset seems to be, let's behave like this isn't happening.
Yeah.
Or let's behave like it's over. Those are the people who are going to make it go longer. You gotta go through the unpleasant to get to the end. That's just all there is to it.
And it's really fucking people over because the cases that end up in hospital, end up in emergency rooms, are taking beds that could be used for people with other serious conditions.
Well, there was this case I heard about recently where a guy literally died of a heart attack in the parking lot because they were sending him home.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were no beds.
Yeah.
And it's like, I do think that if you are unvaccinated and get COVID, that you should be treated as a low priority, that you should even be able to lose your bed to someone with another condition because they didn't do it to themselves.
Yeah.
It's like seriously, I do think triage based on intelligence is a good thing.
And they are afraid of having their arses sued off, and the problem is that somebody would sue their arse off and win. That's the damn thing.
Yeah. I mean, okay, granted, people do like to make fun of that one woman who sued McDonald's for burning herself on hot coffee, but when you look into it, you find out that, she burned herself like 3rd degree kind of thing. And it wasn't even really done to her. like by herself. She wasn't hoisted by her own petard that way. However, you get the people who refuse to get vaccinated, who refuse to take just even the most minor precautions, and we treat them like people who could sue if they were treated like the idiots that they are. I don't think that's right somehow. I think if you were too much of a schmuck to do the right thing, you should be on the hook for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Granted, a lot of people would take that as a precedent for other ways people have been idiots, but I mean, you can't necessarily let the perfect be the enemy of the good in this case. And I wonder, can you head off a precedent by when you do something saying this is an exception, do not take it as a precedent? Like, I know people will ignore it, but do you think it could? I don't know.
Oh, look, Purple's here. Hi, dear.
Hey, Purple. How you doing? Seems like it's been a few minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, my. If someone tries to sue them, they should claim treating unvaxxed people violates their religious beliefs. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's another thing, is I don't understand why we even have or allow exceptions for religion. I mean, why?
Simply and only because somehow religion gets a pass. That's it. It's done because it's done. There's no rhyme or reason to it, and as a matter of fact, it should not be done, as far as I'm concerned.
I would love to be like a one-term president who goes in and just shakes the fuck out of everything. Like go in and make all these decisions that no one else has the courage to make because they are careerists. I mean, I think it would be difficult to become president without turning into a careerist. That's the problem.
Well, okay, as far as U.S. president is concerned, you really cannot become a careerist the way some of the other politicians can. I mean, you do have that 2-term limit. So, a maximum of 10 years.
Not what I mean. I mean just getting to the point where you can run for president.
Yeah.
Being a careerist.
Yeah.
And how they say eventually you become what you pretend to be?
Yeah, okay. I got you now.
So I'm like, I don't know how a person can become president without turning into the monster they want to unseat.
Well, I do have 2 words. Donald Trump.
Well, but he was a monster to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, he got into the office without being a careerist. He just walked in.
But he still has the mindset. And that's the point, is that people go in expecting they're going to be, like, in for life as far as politics is concerned.
And Purple's got a point. No one-term president will do that because of the damage it would do to the party. This is why
What damage?
Placing on the party the ramifications of what the president did.
Yeah, that doesn't address.
In other words, Biden did this, so no Democrat is electable.
Okay, I'm asking for specifics. How would it hurt the party?
Make any member of the party unelectable is what I'm assuming.
How? I mean, let me put it this way. A lot of the ways I'd like to shake things up would be ways that would improve the lives of the voters. Where it's like no one else has the courage to do this shit because it's political suicide. But if you do it, then all of a sudden you're beloved by everybody because, they benefited from it. It's just that, I mean, a lot of the things people want done are things no one would do in Washington because they're politicians, but it's still what people want them to do. If people start giving the people if a politician started giving the people what they wanted, and they were getting it in a way that no politician would do because it's political suicide, but you got someone in there who doesn't give a shit and is willing to do all of these things, then, I mean, how would it hurt the party?
Well, this is why the U.S. needs to be an autocracy with me as the autocrat.
No, and I'm seriously asking that question.
And I'm seriously answering it.
No, that's not an answer. I'm asking how it would hurt the party. You're answering a different question.
I tried to answer this, and I'll try again. It would hurt, as far as I can see it, it would hurt the party by voters placing the bad things they see in the one-term president on the entire party. In other words, Biden did these bad things, therefore no Democrat is electable.
We're talking about different things. Again,
no, we're not, but that's okay.
I'm talking about doing things as a one-term president that no politician would do, but the voters like, that the voters want politicians to do that they're not doing, like, say, UBI, medical care, free college. How does that hurt the party? I mean, it might hurt the individual politicians who don't like that we're doing these things now, but how does it hurt the party?
I don't know.
I think that it doesn't. I mean, I do think that it would force them to live up to a standard they don't like as far as the politicians are concerned. But I have a feeling that the voters would keep voting for the stuff that materially made their lives better. So I think,
well, the voters
of the party at all, it would be because they can't keep being the assholes they like being. That's the only way I can see it hurting the party.
Well, the party, the voters have had their chances.
That's not
to vote for things that would make their lives materially better, and they shoveled it into the furnace.
Yes, but that's because, like, a lot of them. Well, number one, there was some ideological shit going on, but number two, part of it was just I spoke to so many people. They go, well, someone like Bernie can't win, which isn't a self-fulfilling prophecy or nothing. But I'm saying after the fact, we're not talking about how this one-term president gets into office. That's not the topic. We're saying after that one-term president somehow gets in and starts making all of these like progressive changes that materially improve people's lives, how would that hurt the party going forward?
Is your stuff here?
No.
Oh, okay.
It is, however, on its way.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly 7 minutes on its way. But again, how does that hurt the party to give people what they want? I'm just not seeing that.
I don't know that. Okay, I don't know that it could ever happen that somebody would give people what they want. I know.
Not the
I know.
question.
I know. So I'm not going to answer anything at this point.
All right. Well, it just seems to me that there is an answer out there. We just need to be willing to ask the question properly. I don't know.
Interesting purposes. That she thinks that Trump strengthened the Republican hold with the radically religious. The UK doesn't have such a large religious group.
Well, what's funny to me is, like, I heard somewhere the UK is, like, explicitly religious in their government. People just don't bother. Like, because a lot of the thing, I guess, is the Queen is bestowed upon by God with this office or whatever. But it's, even though it's more institutionalized than ours, people just are largely indifferent to it.
I've heard it said, I'm trying to remember who the hell it is that said it, that whoever said it believes that the UK doesn't have as much of a religious problem because they have an official religion. Now,
That's
I
what I'm
don't.
saying.
Okay.
That like it's a lot easier to give a shit when it's not a bunch of zealots screaming that the government has to represent them.
Okay. Um, I don't know. Maybe. And then another thing is that the America is full of, for lack of a better term, jackasses.
Well, there is that too. I saw some like religious far right nutbag talking about like, oh, America is supposed to be this way or that way or the other way. It has an aesthetic and all of this stuff. And I'm sitting there going, you are trying so hard to maintain this sort of like Yankee Doodle version of the United States, and it's just not that country anymore. And it didn't help that one of the things he tried to say is like, oh, when we have all of these like dirty, filthy foreigners coming in, he shows this picture of like, African Aborigine types. I'm sitting there going, you're just assuming that these are terrible people, that they're violent and disease ridden or whatever. And you're also assuming it's not. I would love to get hold of that guy and really ask him these pointed questions. Like, do you really think that all of them are just by nature like that? And if so, what's your basis for it? Because they make these wild declarations and never back it up with jack shit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know.
You know,
And I think that the message is more effective that way. Is you don't point to anybody in particular. You just talk about the nameless them, the faceless them.
well,
Uh, mhm.
I think that part of it is just that like oh damn it, I had it and lost it. Oh, that's right. Part of it is that they assume that they assume the disgusting and violent part and expect everyone to argue about the immigration part, like to get people to say there's nothing wrong with letting anybody in, which lets them assume that you agree with them, or at least lets them make the audience assume that you agree with them, that the people being let in have all of these horrible qualities to them, because they expect you to address the open borders part. So that's why I would interrogate the guy on his assumption about the nature of the people rather than talking about immigration policy, because then everyone could watch him try to flounder around justifying his bigotry instead of having this argument about immigration that is, let's face it, practically unwinnable, because the differences between the people who say sure, let folks immigrate, and the more bigoted folks is like it's an impasse, it's irreconcilable. So
Mhm.
argue with them about their opinion of the people rather than the policy, because you'll never win on the policy.
Yeah, yeah.
This is some of what I learned by reading or watching the alt-right playbook, is simply because, well, I mean, it's these are tactics they try to use that are usually pretty effective with the audience. But if you start poking holes in the assumptions of these people, it's really easy for them to lose the audience, because they have to flounder to make themselves not sound like villains.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I just anymore. I just don't know what to do, and I'm not sure I care anymore.
well, that's sort of a place I'm at, is I don't think there's anything that can be done. We are at or past the tipping point for the environment. We're pretty fucked. And so this election and the next election, I'm probably just not so much sitting it out as not trying to change anyone's mind anymore, because they don't fucking listen to me even when I'm right. Like provably right. Like I was saying this back during the last election, and oh, hey, look, it's coming to pass. No one is going to listen to me. So what the fuck's the point anymore?
Yeah, really.
And my weed is almost here.
Oh, yay. That's a good thing, right?
Yep. Well, for me it is.
Hmm.
And I presume, for my driver, because I always tip him really well. Okay, I'm gonna go out and get that. I'll be back.
Taka na sete pelago. Oh, Poitier, moi. Oh, right, Purple. Yeah, they never address all the people who are citizens who have all the deplorable traits. It's always framed, or at least whenever I've heard the argument, it's always framed as invading your front lawn. Whereas, anybody who comes by is out to egg your house from your lawn. The assumption is whoever walks by has ideas nefarious. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting take. Could it be that since everyone in England by default belongs to the same religion, they don't allow the church to go to an extreme? Interesting thought. Then again, when you come to the U.S., it was founded by religious extremists. Really. I mean, I'm not talking about the founding fathers here. I'm talking about the Puritans, for example, who left.
We have weed sign.
Oh, yay. Yeah, talking about the Puritans who left
The what?
England. Oh, Purple said since the state religion is to represent everyone, is it possible that they don't let, it has to represent the mainstream and not a fringe?
I've gotten the impression really that it's just indifference. Because here in the United States, people can get really psychotic about their religion, where in everything I've seen and heard about the UK, except for, like, say, Ireland, people seem to be a lot more laid back when it comes to religion,
Hmm.
Like, I've known a lot of people here, not so much in the UK, but I get the impression the attitude is the same, where people are like, well, religion is just something you do. That's it. It's just
Okay.
something you do. As opposed to the zealots we have here in the U.S.
Which is where I was going. Let's remember now that many of the first people to come to Central North America were religious crazies, like the Puritans who left England for greener pastures. They went to the Netherlands, which was one of the, and I guess still is, the most tolerant area in all of Europe as far as religion is concerned. And the Dutch asked the Puritans to leave because they were too crazy.
That doesn't shock me at all. I mean, remind for me, Amsterdam is there, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Amsterdam is one of those places where you can, like, do cocaine off the back of a hooker in front of a cop kind of places. So it doesn't shock me that Puritans were shown the door. I mean, like it sounded like you were trying to say the Puritans were too crazy, but they were crazy in the other direction.
Yeah, well, when I'm saying crazy, what I mean is, reactionary, right
Well,
wing,
sure.
yeah, that
That's what
sort
I'm
of thing.
saying is they were crazy in the other direction. They weren't super out there in terms of like, being drugged up hippies. They were more like, straight-laced button-up assholes.
Jaha, balakudete.
So I can totally see the Dutch kicking them out. you know but it is weird to me. Like, I wonder if it hadn't been the Puritans that came to the United States to settle it in the name of Europe, how different would this country be? Like if it had been more laid back folks,
Yeah.
you know I mean, I get it, they left largely because of religious persecution, but still.
Well, I don't know that I want to call it persecution.
Whatever,
Um,
whatever. It's not. The word isn't important. The point is, they said, "You guys don't really welcome us so much. We're going to our own place."
yeah, and I mean, when somebody's taking a shit on your carpet and you ask them to leave your living room, is that persecution?
Well, no, but I got. Wait, were the Puritans kicked out? I thought they said, "We're leaving. We're taking our ball and going home." I didn't think they were shipped off against their will.
My understanding is that the Dutch not so kindly asked them to leave. I mean,
Yes, but I'm talking
they
about when
left
they left England.
they left England of their own accord.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The leaving of England part. They left their home because of, being told, "Get out, you religious nut bars," or "You religious nut bars are the wrong flavor." That was what I was talking. I didn't mean the Dutch part.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, you could possibly call that persecution, but it's still their motivation for leaving rather than why they were shown the door.
Okay.
But I mean, even so, like, I don't think you should be allowed to call yourself persecuted unless you are, in fact, being, murdered, for one. But the word isn't deported. What's the word I'm looking for?
Exiled?
Yeah, maybe that's it. If you're told, "Get the fuck out of your own home," then yeah, you can call persecution. But if you're being told, "We disagree with you, leave us alone and we'll do the same," and you go, "My rights, my freedoms," you're an asshole.
Mm.
You know. But yeah, I do wonder, though, if a more mild branch of religious people had come to the United States, would we still have the right wing we have today? Because if you listen to those folks, a lot of them are trying so hard to preserve the past, and not in any kind of healthy way, because they want everyone else to act like the founding fathers, or rather their vision of the founding fathers. And it's like, well, the rest of us aren't playing along, and they are really unhappy about it.
Mm. Now,
And that sounds to me like a Puritan kind of thing to do. Where it's like, we're trying to preserve the past and keep everything exactly the same. And, oh, yeah, you're all supposed to be religious and blah, 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 blah. Fit into our mold, you peons, kind of deal. And it's like, if it hadn't been the Puritans, would we be seeing that today?
I don't know because there are problems in the more civilized sections of the world with the right wing. Um, so maybe it's not maybe it's not solely the U.S. religious experience, if you will.
Okay, but you can't point to like right-wing troubles without getting into degrees. Is like, it may be the same in kind, but is it the same in degree? And how similar are the circumstances? Because, I mean, for all we know, there could be a rise of the right wing under non-religious circumstances, which nevertheless do not apply to the United States, because we don't have those same conditions that led to their right wing somewhere else.
Mm. I don't know.
So,
This is the interesting thing here because I wonder if it is the case that, when you're talking about the rise of the right wing, that it is not because of religion. Rather, religion is a pry bar that assists in the rise that's due to some other thing.
I kind of doubt it, honestly, because there isn't a lot else that makes people quite so fanatical as religion does. I mean, you can point to fanatics, but again, it's a matter of degree rather than kind. I think without the religious aspect, the right wing in this country would have a much more difficult time.
Well, I'm agreeing that they would have a much more difficult time, yeah. Um, but I'm thinking, and again, I'll say, is it because that religion can be so polarizing, that religion can be such a unifying factor that the religion is the unifier rather than the cause? I don't know.
I mean, it is a unifier, but if you look at the values, the right wing, and I say values, the tenets of the right wing generally fall along fairly Judeo-Christian lines. I mean, a lot of the abortion debate is religious. A lot of the LGBTQ, WTF, BBQ debate is religious based. I mean, a lot of the right wing, they love their demagogues. They love their strict dogma. I mean, it's the right wing, even without Christianity, is a secular religion unto itself. Let's face it. So with religion, it just gets even more zealous. It gets even more like people are more devoted to it. So I think without the religion, again, I don't know how easily the right wing could sell their message without it.
I'm trying to think now. When I'm looking at other right wing regimes or other authoritarian regimes anyway. Yeah, okay, Stalin could not have got where he got without the church. Nazism was very Catholic.
And I mean, even if it wasn't, they definitely had the whole, we are the chosen ones, we have a destiny, we were made to rule, and all the rest of you are inferior. They had a lot of that nonsense going on, and let's face it, that's very religious, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, that whole we have a destiny can be woven into just about anything. I mean, and not necessarily something secular, but I'm sure you could do it.
Yeah, Purple says, they use the Bible to justify discriminating against GRSM.
I don't like that term, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, the darn thing is, though, that you can use the Bible to justify anything. I mean, not only discrimination against, but support for. Either way.
Yeah.
People have done it.
And it's strange when they do, but I mean, you listen to a lot of people talk about religion, not just necessarily the Christians. You get a lot of this out of some of the more fanatical Muslim preachers. It seems like they just make shit up that feels good in your gut, and so you trust it as logical because it feels right, and then they spout this crap to everyone. Like, that, what is it, Zaid Nakir or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, he was trying to say that like a guy's dick stands upward to point at God, and that's why like holy matrimony is holy or some shit, or you should only have sex and marry or whatever, and it's like I can see why that feels really good gut wise, viscerally. That sounds like a great thing to say. It's bullshit. I can see why it's appealing, and that seems to be a lot of the mindset of the religious, and especially the religious right. I mean, there was a meme that was going around. I posted it to Twitter. Said like 95% of right wing rhetoric seems to be making up a solution or a situation in your head, and then getting really mad about it.
Okay, yeah.
And it's true. It seems like half of the stuff they argue against is made up. Like critical race theory is not being taught in public schools.
Oh, right.
But they're all losing it like, oh no, my elementary schooler is going to learn that white people aren't perfect angels. This stinks. That seems to be their mindset. And it's like, well, you're arguing against something that's not happening. Saw with the Mr. Potato Head thing too, where they didn't change even the name of Mr. Potato Head. They just said, Mr. Potato Head has a family. We're going to call it the Potato Heads. And that includes, dad, mom, bro, and sis, and probably the fucking dog.
Yeah,
But
okay.
these people lost their minds thinking Mr. Potato Head himself had been made genderless, which, again, you shouldn't flip out over. But even if they were flipping out over something they made up that wasn't really happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that does seem to be the right wing's MO, is to get really pissed off about shit that sort of seems like it could be happening, but isn't really, if you do an ounce of research, and that word has gotten fraught too, but you know what the fuck I mean.
Oh, my. But, anyway. Ow. Oh, God.
So, there's a chance I have strong feelings on these matters.
Oh, wait a bit. Oh, my.
I don't know. I do wonder sometimes if the world would be better off with me in charge. I mean, granted, there are a lot of or at least the country, there are a lot of things that I know for a fact I am uneducated on them, not nearly enough. But I don't know jack about foreign policy, really. I know that I would move the United States to a non-interventionist role, but what exactly that means, I'm not sure, because obviously we have allies, and if they ended up in wars, I'd want to aid them. But then again, I'm not sure I would think their cause is just, so maybe I wouldn't support I don't fucking know. Like under what circumstances would the United States lend its military?
Well, it's not so much the problem isn't so much allies. The problem is that many times the U.S. has overthrown regimes simply for its own business interests. I mean,
we're talking at cross purposes again, because I already covered that. I said non-interventionist, but at what is the threshold of our friends are being like fucked with, where I would then say, okay, it's justified to use our military strength to help out, to like, it wouldn't be we're interventionists then, it'd be we're defending an ally. But what if our allies were not being angels? I mean, I'm not sure how much I support Israel, for example. Maybe if they weren't like bombing their neighbors, I'd be a lot happier with them. But I know that a lot of the United States has this big old Israel fetish, and I'm like, these are issues on which I am quite naive and could probably make terrible decisions over them. So, as much as I'd probably be great on the domestic front, do I even know enough to like do anything with foreign policy? I don't think I do, which is why I'd make a lousy president.
Well, I'm crap at foreign policy as far as that goes, but I don't remember the last time in my lifetime. I don't remember the last time anyone tried screwing around with a U.S. ally.
Well, I suppose it depends on how you define ally, but I mean, I'm fairly certain that Israel would love it if we threw our whole military behind their cause.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm
So,
not
I
sure that
mean,
makes them an ally. I mean,
well,
they are on paper,
well, that's what I'm
but
saying. On paper, for crying out loud, I'm talking about treaties that we may or may not have to honor, kind of thing. If I, as a leader, would have to make decisions, what if I chose the wrong bedfellows, so to speak? What if I did it for the wrong reasons? What if I ignored something I really should have paid attention to because I didn't see enough moves ahead on the board to know what to do? I mean, getting people health care and housing is very different from deciding whether or not to send in guys with the shooting, devices or whatever, the
the
guns and
shooty
the
sticks.
drones and all of that. Yeah, I mean, like it's a very different problem than getting people health care. And I don't feel like I would be competent to make international, global affecting decisions like that.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, while I might make a decent leader at home, well, let's put it this way: if the entire globe were under my thumb, I could make it a very good place because I wouldn't have to worry about other leaders. But that's not the world we live in.
Right.
So,
Oh God, don't mind me. I'm just.
man, this weed is a lot more pungent than what I'm used to. I mean, like grape ape literally feels like you're vaping like Kool-Aid.
Okay.
This stuff is super rough, man. I hope that means it has a better effect, though.
That's the only stuff I remember is twice I've tried the vape, and both times it was extremely rough.
Well, I mean, it depends on the strain. It also depends on how long you've been doing it.
Okay then.
You do get used to it after a while.
Ofu and beefy.
But even so, the grape ape is really gentle, where this stuff, it's a little sandpapery going down. But I don't know.
Moo.
I have noticed that I don't really feel the effects as much as I'd like unless I'm just sort of like lying down with my eyes closed and the right music or movie or something on. That really gives me the full effect. If I'm actually doing this, I might feel a little calm, maybe a little floaty, but it's not really like stoned or high. Not really. It's kind of why I think I prefer indica to sativa. Sativa actually is a little energizing at times. It's not the relaxing couch lock high. Oh, hey, I see Amanda.
Hi, Amanda. How you doing?
That is a little frustrating that I want to say it's Amanda, and it comes out Amanda.
It's okay. I got it now because you did it once before and I figured it out.
Oh my. How you doing, honey?
So we had to get to a new place. We had to leave yesterday, so we came to this new place today, early yesterday.
Okay. Is
No
that a
heat.
good thing?
No.
Or
No, we almost died last night for
Oh,
multiple
shit.
reasons. First, there's no heat, so we nearly froze. This is what I look like right now. I'm in all of my clothes.
Yowza.
It's actually colder in this house than it is outside right now. Secondly, so back and forth with the guy, I'm like, there's no fucking heat. This place is a mess. So he comes at some point and opens the oven and turns it up all the way, thinking that'll heat the house. Except it's a fucking gas oven.
that's not what you want to do. No.
No.
Had I not gone out to get a Coke at like 11:30 last night, he would have fucking killed us. So this, like, we're trying to find a new place because we can't stay here. It's a fucking mess. I'm sitting here waiting for this other guy to contact me back, and it's been a day. Okay.
Well, that's better than it could have been. When you said we were almost killed last night, I was picturing gunmen.
Oh no, we heard gunshots too. So
Well, I mean, in your direction, like
Yeah.
specifically.
yeah, I get it. It's just
You know.
yeah, this is just. I'm so fucking tired, guys. Like I can't keep doing this. I'm just trying to hold us up and not drown and not let my child die, and it's fucking killing me. Like.
No, I get you. It sounds hard. I'm glad I don't have those burdens. They sound terrible.
Now, whatever happened, if I may, with that original place that you were looking at getting? Was
Yeah.
that put off, or did that just fall off the table, or what happened?
There's been 3 places only that I've had a chance, and they've all lied. The first place they couldn't give us for over a month, and I thought, okay, and this was when I first started looking. I'm like, yeah, well, I can't wait a month to get out of here, so I'm going to give it up and look elsewhere. But then I couldn't find anything else, so yeah, it's just been,
Jeez.
anyway.
Well, I still vaguely remember, I mean, this was Seattle, so it wasn't that bad, but an unheated studio where all I had for a bed was a really old beanbag chair.
Oof.
That was, I mean, it wasn't as bad as it sounds, but it was still unheated in Seattle.
Yeah. My
place here doesn't have heat or AC, so, the temperature is whatever it is, unless I bring in something from outside, like a portable. But the weird thing is that, like you were saying, it's colder inside than outside. That happens here. It also gets hotter inside than outside. I mean, I don't know how this place, or even if this place is insulated, but something's funky.
Yeah, it's just a matter of heat distribution and
Yeah.
how the heat traps and stuff. It's just fucking.
No, that
ridiculous.
your description there reminds me of those couple of winters I spent in that bombed out shell of a house. So I don't want to sound like I'm taking anything away from you, but I know the kind of thing you're describing, and God, it's got to be horrible.
No, if it were just me, I wouldn't give a shit. But the fact that Angel has to go through this, even that we had to put a shirt on the dog because she was cold. Angel woke up with his nose exploded because the cold made it really dry, and there's just fucking blood everywhere, and it's just
Fun.
yeah.
I have to say, hearing that, I'm going to give it a miss. I don't think I will participate in that particular activity. It sounds less than fun.
No. It's just I'm just tired. I'm just real tired, and if it were just me, I would not be doing this anymore. But why did I have a kid? The fuck?
Well, maybe you just wanted a pet that lived longer. That's what my parents did.
It's not a completely inaccurate description of him. That, and he can do shit for me. He's on his way to Starbucks now to get me coffee. So
Well, actually, no, you've proven that you are not selfish. Because what was it? Was it Frankie that said the people who don't have kids but have pets instead are selfish?
well, it's the Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Pope.
He just wants more,
He wants more little Catholic altar boys to bug her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, a lot of people seem to have that mindset of, oh, well, having kids is just something you do. And it doesn't help that a lot of religions, especially the Judeo-Catholic, all those fuckers, they have fetishized having kids. I mean, there's that whole no sex before marriage, no sex for anything other than reproduction, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's no wonder that the Pope is saying, you have to have kids. It's just part of being human or whatever. And I'm like, you know what? It is for the best. In fact, it is a humanitarian gesture that I don't be a parent.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting that the Pope came out with that bullshit, and then 2 days later, one of the higher ups in the Vatican was talking about how we need to tackle climate change. I'm like, well, you know what would be a great way to tackle climate change? Stop
Fewer people.
overpopulation.
Yep.
Fucking idiot.
Yep, as a matter of fact. Oy vey, I just don't know. I don't necessarily think that it's okay. Let's try to rephrase this. I don't think that it's necessarily a religious thing, because I do tell the story that the female slimy bastard told me that it was my duty to have kids, and I don't think she was coming from a religious direction when she said that.
Well, I
it's
honestly,
clearly not exclusively a religious thing, but it sure as hell is a religious thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of get that a little bit. Like, I don't, I want Angel to be happy. If he wants kids, he wants kids. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But I mean, it would be nice if I ever had not now, but I mean, 10 years in the future, if I had another little angel, that would be sweet.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'd make a great maiden auntie. I will make a terrible mother. So, I mean, as much as it might be great to have grandkids, you have to have kids to get them. And, I mean, it's not just I don't want to change diapers because ew. Part of it is also I would have to raise them right. It's so much responsibility. There's so much money involved. And I'm just I have other things to do with my life. I don't need that burden.
Do y'all have any idea how
I'm
much
surprised
a
other
eats?
people take it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A teenager eats just so much.
I
I
remember me as a teenager.
Yep, I was about to say the same thing.
Absolutely ravenous.
Mm-hmm.
And
You've seen Angel. He's tiny, so he's just hungry all the fucking time.
Oh, well, I mean, I stood 5'9". I was super wispy for 5'9". And I mean, I've told those stories about people thought I was anorexic or bulimic. And no, I just have a metabolism that was, the intensity of several small suns.
About Angel, that he's anorexic, and it's just he just can't gain weight. And I was kind of the same way. So I got older, and then can't lose weight. So.
I mean, I'm glad. I don't envy those people who turn into beach balls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether that's healthy or not, whether that's attractive or not, it just doesn't look like fun.
It's not comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was that one kid in school. There's always that one kid, or in this case, that one kid and his sister, who was one grade ahead of me, so I didn't really know her very well, but the entire family looked like the Michelin Man had a child with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man somehow.
okay.
And, it was like there's always that one kid in school, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's always that one kid who's in and out of juvie every 2 weeks. There's always the one severely disabled kid. There's always the mentally disabled kid, although back in the 80s it was the one retarded kid. And it was like there's always someone in school who fits a stereotype that no one else does.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mine was my across the street neighbor. He was just destroyed everything he could, was just filthy all the time, angry all the time. He scared the fuck out of me.
I don't know, it's funny. I remember once there was this kid, such an obnoxious little piece of crap, and I forget what he said that pissed me off, but I got super aggro and right in his face to the point where he started running away. And that in and of itself was funny, but I chased him, and at one point he looked behind me, and that evil face that I can make sometimes?
I know the one.
That and growled at him or something. His eyes got the size of dinner plates, and he went, "Oh, fuck," and ran like I was about to eat his head. And at that point, I just like dropped to the floor and laughed because I'm not very scary, and this kid was running from me, and just like I will treasure that memory to the end of my days because I was not the most popular kid in the world. For a while there, I was bullied. It was almost entirely psychological, like there was no violence, but even so, to watch one of the school bullies run away from me when he knew he'd crossed a line was just, I love it. He was not a big kid. That's the thing, is he was all like bark and no bite. So the fact that I, built like Xena, could chase him down was not surprising.
Okay, then.
I mean, this kid couldn't have been 5'6" even.
Okay,
but he
then.
hung with the kids who went to juvie every 2 weeks. So, he thought he had more power than he did.
Oh,
Actually,
my.
Diana, you'd appreciate it. It's like the sidekick is Scott Farkas.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That was Brian, was that guy.
Oh, man, did that sidekick even have a name?
He did, but I forget it.
Oh, jeez, yeah. God, you bring that picture back to my mind.
Well, the funny thing is, the guy who played Scott Farkas later ended up playing, I want to say, Tommy was the other guy, I forget, on this sitcom called Titus that's based on the stand-up comedy of Christopher Titus, who I think is very funny.
I love that
and
show.
so watching him play a bully and then seeing him later play sort of like a sort of dipshit stoner was kind of amusing. Mind
Okay,
you,
then.
he was not a kid when he played the dipshit stoner, but still.
Okay, then. Yeah. Oh, well.
What?
But what can I say? I can say a lot of things and none of them make any sense. So,
So
I
I
mean,
guess the
that's-
question is, what should you say?
yeah.
That's basically most of your conversations, Diana. So
There you go.
I'm kidding.
I am not kidding in my agreement. Oh, as I have always said, that's todo pa yo para say.
I don't
Yo,
think
what
you've
the fuck
always
does that
said
mean?
that.
Yeah.
I'm quite for certain there was a time when you didn't say that at all. And I'm not just talking about before you were born. I mean, heck, you spent some time as an infant. I doubt you said whatever the frick it was.
I think as an in-
Hiroshtu de Prajnie move beef, whatever the frick. I'm sure you didn't say that before age 2.
I think as an infant, I probably said something to the effect of.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure I've ever actually heard a baby say gaga or goo goo.
I don't think they have the hardware to do that, do they?
Sure they
No.
do. You don't need teeth to say gaga or goo goo.
Yeah, but do they have control of the glottis that way?
Well, that sounds more like a firmware problem.
Okay, yeah, I guess I see where you're going with that one. Yep.
But I don't know.
Moo.
It's cold.
Yeah. How cold is it out there anyway? What's the temp?
It was 48 when we woke up in here. It's about 55 in here now. It's 62 outside though, so
Well, it was actually 46 here when I woke up. I don't know what it is at the moment though.
Yeah, but it wasn't 46 inside your house though.
Oh, true. And at the oh, come on, load, darn ya! It's 66 degrees out there at the moment. So, come to think of it, of course it was. I went out without a jacket on to go get my weed from Brandon.
I want weed.
Yeah.
Oh
Fuck
It
Georgia.
turns out like almost all of the drivers for Clover are down with COVID. Like
Oops.
Brandon only just recovered.
Yeah.
So
There was this post that I found on Twitter that was a girl from a New York school. I retweeted it yesterday, and she's just explaining like what they go through every day, and it's basically just like there's nobody there. There's a bunch of most of the classes, it just ends up being a study hall, so they make them go into the auditorium, and then they at one point they had passed out rapid tests because I guess one of the other kids in class was sick. So then they told them to like, oh, just do it when you get home, except all the kids like did it there, and a few of them actually tested positive, and people were running away from them. There's no teachers. It's just a fucking mess. Why are we doing this? Why the fuck can't we just like? I know that I fully understand the mental anguish that isolating a kid has. It fucked Angel up, but he was also in an abusive situation as well at the time of being a year doing online learning. I get it, but this is so much worse. Why the fuck are we even given the option for online learning anymore?
I have a feeling
ridiculous.
it's got a lot to do with the distribution of funds.
Fucking bullshit, man. Because Omicron is actually killing children, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like 2020, 2021 when the earlier variants that they were rarely getting sick, and if they were, it wasn't that bad. Omicron is fucking killing kids, and they don't care. And then the CDC director came out today and said she was happy that most of the people that have died from COVID had comorbidities or were already sick in some way. So she basically said, oh, well, to the disabled people, which is something I tweeted on Twitter. But like, it's what the fuck is that? That's not okay. So, nobody gives a shit about the people that are dying anymore. The people that are dying that have actually tried to not die is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when I might have misunderstood something you said when you said why are we even having the option of online learning? It sounded like you thought online shouldn't.
No, why aren't we? We don't.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's no we don't have any here. There's one in New York. New York's a fucking mess. Like
a lot of places are still doing it. I'm also hearing some people, like I watch Breaking Points, I mentioned before, and Crystal Ball is losing it over online learning.
My kids,
like, I get it. Kids need the social time. It is part of growing up, but at the same time, part of growing up is not dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My kids' school, they were actually supposed to. Well, the one in Covington, we were living there. They were actually they built a new high school, a bigger one, because there's so many kids in that school now. It's been built for over a year, yet they haven't moved them in yet. This one, the kids are literally like shoulder to shoulder in the hallways. And they decided somewhere back in fucking November, they're like, yeah, you don't have to wear masks anymore. Angel did every day. When they came back last week, or this week or whatever, they said, you need to wear masks again because a fuck ton of kids got sick. Like, it's unbelievably ridiculous.
Man, I know correlation isn't causation, but at this point we have enough data to have sort of a definitive, this is what's going on, folks.
It's absolute empirical evidence, but the fucking government is so afraid of these little bitches that keep coming and whining about it to all the school meetings, about masks, about online learning, about all of it. This small group of individuals seem to have all the fucking power.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't get it either. And it just, I mean, like, I hear all these people losing it over mask mandates, and I'm sitting here going, yes, mask mandates.
Yes.
Fucking yeah. How else do they expect to stop the stupid spread? The vaccine isn't going to do it. I mean, it'll keep you from dying, but it won't stop the spread.
This whole idea, too, that, it's taking away your personal freedom to ask you to put a piece of cloth on your face, and then they're comparing it to fucking Auschwitz. Go fuck yourselves. Like,
Yeah.
seriously,
Mhm.
these people just want to be victims so fucking bad.
The number of times I've heard someone say something like, well, the mask mandate is just the foot in the door. It's the start of the authoritarian regime that's coming. And it's like, you guys really want to be the underdog in some, heroic story of fighting against the
Mhm.
man, to the point where you'll manufacture a bad guy.
Yeah.
It's crazy pants. It really
Yeah.
is.
Tired. I'm tired of all the stupidity. I'm tired of the fact that selfish, stupid people are basically going to kill us all. Because this continues, like we're going to end up with a variant that a vaccine won't protect against. There's nothing we can do.
And I mean, not just that. I can point to a lot of things where people are being selfish in ways that can kill all of us. Don't get me started on climate change, because then Manda will start. And yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you people are chasing after money that will do you no good when the world ends.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole idea that, like, for some reason, the person with the most money wins. Wins fucking what? You still die anyway. And somebody like Elon Musk, who is so afraid of parting with his money, he can't spend his fucking money in 1,000 lifetimes. And yet there are people, I don't know, like me, struggling to survive right now. And it doesn't give anybody a fuck.
For a lot of these people, it's just making money is a cause for its own sake, unto itself. Like it'd be great if these people could take all of their actual money and turn it into NFTs. Because then the rest of us would have shit to spend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh my. I like it.
I don't get, like, the first time someone explained Bitcoin to me, I was like, okay, but why is it valuable? They're like, because people want it. And I'm like, but why do people want it? And he goes, because it's valuable. It was basically a tautology.
Yeah.
I did not get him to say what the currency was based on. And I mean, I know our currencies today aren't so much based on gold like they used to be, but
they're fiat.
Still, it's like there is no basis other than someone said this is worth something, and other people agreed with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really it. Exactly it.
And I mean, I get that that's what everything's based on, but there's a lot of currencies based on something that at least has utility. I mean, like, gold can be used for stuff. It doesn't corrode, as I understand it. It doesn't conduct electricity and all of that stuff. So it's used for a lot of things in machinery when you don't want stuff shorting out or, getting...
Actually, gold is the best conductor of electricity that there is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else. There was some other metal where it was like, this does not conduct electricity, but it's...
Okay,
maybe,
yeah,
I don't
because
know. But regardless, the point is that I can see gold's utility, and also it is kind of pretty. So I understand basing a currency on it, but basically, like Bitcoin is based on how well someone wrote a computer program, I guess.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's just okay. And I guess that's why they call it non-fungible, but still, I kind of like it if you can funge your currency just a little. Why is it non-fungible and not non-tangible?
No, fungible has something to do with the ability to copy it, I think.
Really? I thought it was the ability to touch it.
I gotta look. I have to make sure that I know what I'm talking about, because I so rarely do.
I remember I looked it up, and my memory was, let's see, of goods contracted for without an individual specimen being specified, able to be replaced or be replaced by another identical item, mutually interchangeable. Well, I mean...
this one is just like every other one. That's fungible. Yeah, okay.
All right, but that means non-fungible would mean it cannot be, one Bitcoin apparently is unique to every other Bitcoin, I guess is what non-fungible means. Like each Bitcoin is an individual thingadooter, which I guess makes sense if you had to write a program to mine it and you're mining it out of data. I guess it would have to be unique, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, just the way, I mean, dollar bills are close to non-fungible because each one has a serial number.
That is the only reason, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also, dollar bills are representative of something else, though, or at least they used to be. Originally, they were representative of a certain amount of gold, weren't they?
Right. Yeah.
So
up until
much the way the
1933.
pound is based on silver. And so at least then the bill was representative of something. It was kind of non-fungible in a way, because if you traded it in for its basis, well, now gold is pretty, like if someone gave you the same amount of completely pure gold as the completely pure gold you were holding, it kind of was fungible, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess dollar bills are still fungible despite being unique, because the bill itself is not the money.
Yeah, I mean, these days the bill is representative of a promise, and only a promise.
Well, yes.
I mean, there was
but I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about what the difference between fungibility and non-fungibility.
Daju korostu.
So, I don't know. It's also so strange. It's nice when stuff's simple, and there's a lot of things that could be simple, but then humans got involved, and not anymore.
Yeah.
Like it seems like property ought to be simple. Just like land ought to be simple, but it's not. There's zoning rules, and then there's value based on environment and all this crap. I don't even really know exactly what equity is, and all of that. It's like, or wait, maybe no, annuity. That was the one I didn't get. And it's just like there's all this stuff you got to know, and it seems like it ought to just be, this bit of land is mine, and that ought to be it. But
this land is my land. This land is my land.
No, but seriously, I'm being serious. This is all so extra complicated.
Yep. Absolutely.
I don't know. It's kind of like when I found out that military ranks in reality are nowhere near as easy to figure out as they are in the movies.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like the movies make it pretty simple. But, well. I'm not sure movies ever really get into what the hell a chief petty officer is. You know what I mean?
Not that I know of.
It's just, I don't know.
It is the Agfu. It is the Bagfu. Anyway.
Stop it.
And you know it's coming, right? You know it's coming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is really so full of poo-poo. Anyway.
Seriously, if we are ever in each other's presence, we are going to have to go to a Chinese food place just so you can order a poo-poo platter.
All right, sounds good to me.
I'm not really sure. I know I've looked it up multiple times what's in a poo-poo platter, but I can never remember. It's probably not poo.
Oh.
I said probably. Cool your jets, woman.
I got to look up on that thing. Okay, here we go. It's a tray of American, Chinese, or Hawaiian food consisting of an assortment of small meat and seafood appetizers. Huh.
So there'd probably be something on there I'd enjoy.
A typical poo-poo platter is found in American Chinese cuisine. Might include an egg roll, spare ribs, chicken wings, chicken fingers, beef teriyaki, skewered beef, fried wontons, fried shrimp, crab rangoon, and things of that nature, accompanied by a small hibachi grill. Now, wait a minute. You're going to have some trouble chewing that hibachi grill, aren't you?
Waka. Why am I blanking on this? There's like a Japanese buffet thing. I think it might be the one with the conveyor belts. I'm not sure. Can't remember the name of it. But
I don't know Japanese food to save my life, to tell you the truth.
no, but there's definitely a Japanese thing. It's not the food so much as the delivery method, where you just sit down at like a bar and there's this conveyor belt that's going by and it's got all this food on it. You just grab what you want, and stick it on your plate and eat that, and then they charge you later.
Oh, okay.
So like you could just have to wait for the dessert section to go by to get the thing you're after, or oh, here come the appetizers, gotta wait for the entree, I already have my gyoza. That kind of thing. And I'm like, I cannot fucking remember the name of it.
Isama knowing.
Let's see here. Conveyor belt. The frick is that called? This is driving me nuts. Kaiten Sushi? That doesn't sound like what I'm thinking of. Conveyor belt restaurant. Well, I guess Kaiten Sushi. That's not what I remember. Oh well, whatever. Not the point. Regardless, yeah, there's different ways of doing it. Rotation sushi. That's so weird. I do not remember that being the name of it. Oh well. And maybe the problem is that this is just listing sushi, and I'm not sure it's solely sushi that they do this. Oh well, not important.
Oh well.
I even forget now why I brought it up. I guess I remember now. I was trying to find, there was like an equivalent of a poo-poo platter that was Japanese, where it's just a mess of appetizers and everyone helps themselves. It's communal kind of deal.
Okay.
I cannot remember the name of it. I know it's not a bento box. That's just for you. It's a thing for one.
Ah, okay.
But no, I swear there's like a Japanese name for something I'm thinking of that wasn't that. Oh well. Or hell, maybe I'm trying to think of something that's not Japanese. Let me see. Conveyor belt restaurant. Here we go. No, not sushi, damn it. All right, hold on. Minus sushi. Google. No, not seeing it. Oh well.
I heard something go ba-ding, ba-ding.
Yeah, that was internal chat. Amanda had to. Yeah.
Had to turn off the gas stove, for Christ's sake.
Nah, she said Angel came back with some bad news and she wants to, I don't know.
Oh, no.
Take a moment. I don't know what the news was. She didn't say. I'll be patient and not pry.
Yeah.
It would be nice if better things would happen to her.
Yes, many much nices.
I don't know. It occurs to me I did not have a proper breakfast, and now I've got the munchies. I should probably think of what to do about that. Do I have any food that people don't mind me eating with a microphone nearby? I do have some cereal that's pretty good. I bought Trix.
Oh, I remember Trix.
Yeah, it's not what I wanted. I wanted something with marshmallows in it. But then again, marshmallow cereal is just like the worst food to have around when you're stoned.
Okay.
Because you'll just finish a box of cereal in half a day if it's got the marshmallows in it.
Okay then. Okay.
I wonder if you can just buy like freeze-dried marshmallows standalone. You know, because I really do like those, but you either have to buy hot chocolate or cereal. Please trade marshmallows for shopping.
I'm finding some.
Yeah, it does look like it. Marshmallow bits, $6 a pound. My word. I actually do prefer the crunchier marshmallows. Oh, here we go. Jet puffed marshmallows, 3 ounce. To the softer ones, at least for snacking. I mean, they're not better for s'mores.
Moo. Moo. Moo, 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 moo.
Let's see. I'm seeing them for Walmart. I don't want Walmart. I haven't actually done anything to my wish list since like before Christmas. Let me see if they have them on Amazon and then maybe put them on the old wish list. Wow, $12 a pound for these. Oh, but they're vanilla flavor. Nom, nom, nom.
Wolf beef.
I might have to put that on there. Mind you, they have assorted for a pound. It's only $1.50 cheaper. Let me see here. You know what? Screw it. I'm just putting them on the Farkin wish list. I don't even expect to get them. So, ooh, a pack of 2 for $20. Now I'm just going to do that. View your list. Right, and I'm going to move them down to a way low priority because, again, actually, you know what? Nah, even lower priority. Yes, we'll put it between the Heavy Metal Blu-ray and the Cat from Outer Space.
Oh, yay.
I did put that on there. I don't know. I mean, there will be some nostalgia. So, yeah. Maybe I should go have a bowl of Trix. Did I buy anything healthy when I went out?
No.
I mean, I have frozen vegetables, but that would involve cooking. I don't think I have anything healthy that's fast.
Why would you buy anything healthy? Seriously.
Actually, I take that back. Pineapple chunks. Believe it or not, there's healthy food out there that tastes good. I know, I was surprised too.
Oh, my.
Actually, there's a lot of fruit out there I enjoy. And, you know, most vegetables have to be cooked, but I like celery or baby carrots. Actually, you know what? Peeled and sliced cucumbers. I can't eat the peel. It's too bitter. Like I'm not even saying, oh, hey, people, you know, I am the empress whose food must be peeled. No, I'm just saying that I'm a super taster who finds the peel of a cucumber disgustipating.
Moo.
Yeah. So, you know, but seriously, like peeled cucumber slices, I'll eat that as a snack. Sure, why not? Or there's like snow peas.
Okay then, yeah.
You know, like still in the pod.
Yeah.
Those deals. Or the what are the flat ones? You get them in Asian cooking a lot. Or are those the snow peas? What am I thinking of?
I thought those were the snow peas, yeah.
Maybe those are the snow peas. The other peas, I guess just regular green peas, I suppose, just in the pod, uncooked, aren't bad at all.
Oh, they're tasty and yummy.
Yeah, so I mean, there's some healthy food out there I'd eat as a snack.
I mean, I would grow peas just to have them right off the, I guess the vine, right? Or is it a bush?
I guess it's a vine. It certainly looks like a vine, even if it's not one. Okay, weird thought. Has anyone tried to make alcohol out of peas? And I don't mean urine, so shut up, you.
No, you're no fun.
I am not. I'm tons of fun. I just know you, and you're gonna make like not even a dad joke.
I just has to go looking here, and let's see if we can. Okay, let's try. Oh,
Pea alcohol. Oh wait, no! I didn't type that. I typed that. There we go. Well, let's see. Phenylethyl alcohol. Oh, no, that's PEA is the abbreviation of phenylethyl alcohol. Damn it. All right, instead of alcohol, let's try booze.
can green
Would you
peas?
drink pea gin if it helped solve climate change? Well, I don't drink gin to begin with, so no. Can you make alcohol from peas? No different than any other. Scottish pea-based vodka is saving carbon dioxide emissions. Interesting. I do like vodka. I'd give it a whirl. I don't know why that occurred to me. I suppose because you said vine, and I'm like, well, like grapes are on vines. What else grows on a vine? You know, and I guess we decided peas do. So, yeah, that was where my brain made the connection to alcohol.
And mares eat oats, and does eat oats, and little lambs eat ivy.
Did you just have a stroke?
It's a little song.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I've never heard this song. It's probably from before I was born.
Quite a while, I believe.
I'm going to make a wild guess and say 1963. I don't know why. That's just what popped into my head. 1963.
Okay, I think it's a little earlier than that. Let me find out. Here we go. 1943.
Well, I had the 3 and the 19 right.
Mares eat oats, does eat oats, little lambs eat ivy. Yeah.
That's even worse than ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla. Well, I'm gonna say Washington instead of Bing Bang, but you know.
That's por lo que say. Yes, sir.
You know, or heck, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
You've been keeping love from me just like you were a miser. And I'll admit I wasn't very smart. Very smart! Anyway.
You know the really smart part. But no, seriously, like weird thing to put in a song. You know, the existence of supercalifragilisticexpialidocious implies the existence of subcalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yes, sir.
See, now that is how you take something and rework the word a little, and because, you know, just saying, oh, or what about, you know, there's more to it than that to make it funny.
Moo.
Just say it.
Moo.
Also, I like pronouncing it funny, but that's just me.
Doug Funny?
What?
Doug Funny?
What?
The cartoon character?
I honestly have no idea what the frig you're talking about, so I'm going to say no.
There is a cartoon called Doug, and the main
Yes.
character's name is Doug Funny.
Oh, see, I could have picked him out of a lineup and named what show he was on, but other than that, I know nothing about Doug.
De Cabarosta.
Do you know why?
Because it predates you. No.
No, I'm pretty sure Doug and I were concurrent. No, it's a distinct lack of spaceships, aliens, laser guns, robots, and, you know, like dragons, elves, etc., etc. It needed way more of those to attract my eye.
Moo. Oh, my. Oh, God, I'm old. Don't mind me.
In case it wasn't particularly clear, I like spaceships and aliens and robots and laser guns. I mean, I'll accept dragons and elves and all of that shit, but I'd rather have the spaceships. Also, I've seen those combined, and sometimes it works, but usually it doesn't. In fact, one of the
Moo.
only times I can point to something that was like, here's technology and magic together that I've enjoyed is Shadowrun. And I do like Shadowrun.
Okay, then.
You don't know what Shadowrun is.
Right.
Do you know what
Because it has a
Cyberpunk is?
distinct lack of
Yes. You know what
oboes and
Cyberpunk is?
it's been described at me.
Well, basically, Cyberpunk or Shadowrun is Cyberpunk with magic. Like somewhere in the, like actually before now, somewhere in the 2000s-ish, like the world, quote unquote, capital A, awakened, and all of a sudden magic is possible. People are being born as elves. Dragons have emerged. Some people are born as orcs or trolls, but some people like goblinize during puberty and become a goblin or a troll. Or sorry, not goblins, orcs and trolls. And but some people stay human. And of course, the corporations have taken over. People can jack into the Matrix, and Shadowrun was using Matrix before those fucking movies. And like so, yeah, it's cyberpunk with magic. It's like if Blade Runner had, number one, jacking in, but number two, like I say, orcs, trolls, dragons, magic, etc. Well, I enjoy it anyway.
Alrighty then.
And no mage, not techno mages. We're talking actual freaking magic here, supernatural stuff. I mean, there's cyberware, but none of it looks like magic. It all just looks like dude has a robo-limb. So... yeah. Now, it's funny, I almost saw smoke coming from one of my computers. I got in there with the compressed air and cleaned it out, so now it's better. But, for a minute there, I was like, why does this computer keep blue screening?
Oops.
Turns out it was overheating just a wee smidge.
Tayo korostu.
But you know what? I did something about it, and now it's better.
You did something that did not consist of dropping it in a bucket of ice water, right?
I did almost the exact opposite of that.
Oh, you put it in a gas oven.
Nah, I just, demoisturized it. So now its skin is wrinkly, but it works better.
Destrike. Tayo koroste.
Yeah. This strain's okay. I prefer my grape ape. But this strain is okay.
A moo.
Grape ape just plain tastes better, but also the high is better.
Tastes good.
Well, so
good
far,
for you.
I mean, I haven't actually done the lie down and relax to something that you're watching sort of thing yet. And this makes sense, but a really good stoner movie, Dumb and Dumber.
I'll trust you.
You don't know that movie at all, do you?
I know its existence.
And the premise?
Probably something about low IQ.
Well, Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels play these two guys who are complete frickin' idiots, and they go on a road trip to return a briefcase to a woman that they saw leave it in the airport, except it turns out it was full of money that was supposed to ransom her kidnapped husband, right? And Jim Carrey's character just like falls hopelessly in love with her, but doesn't know she's hitched, right? And that's the basis of their road trip. They go from like Providence, Rhode Island to Aspen, Colorado. And they have silly adventures along the way. And of course, they're idiots. So a lot of those adventures are just, them being stupid. It's not an intelligent movie by any stretch, but when you're stoned out of your gourd, it's wonderful.
Tayo korostu.
Unfortunately, similar movies like Idiocracy, not as good. Office Space, not as good. And it's not because of the movies themselves. Like Office Space has a lot of loud ass rap in it, and that can spoil a high. Kind of the same way metal could.
Okay.
Well, it's too much stimulus. Dumb and Dumber doesn't have a lot of that.
Okay, am I gonna sneeze or no?
Can't even imagine those people who decide to get high or worse, decide to trip on acid watching The Wall.
Oh no.
I mean, I get it if you want to do Dark Side of the Moon and The Wizard of Oz, but The Wall, I wouldn't even watch that to begin with, much less on something mind-altering.
It's a very strange film.
I haven't actually watched it. I also have not tried the Wizard of Oz, Dark Side of the Moon thing, mostly because I've never even listened to Dark Side of the Moon to begin with. And I'm not a huge fan of Wizard of Oz, but I'd give it a whirl if I was stoned at the time.
What, are you supposed to watch Wizard of Oz while listening to Dark Side of the Moon or something?
Yeah, there's this whole like urban legend that like the movie, or sorry, the music was timed to the movie so that like it sort of describes what's happening on screen, but in some clever way so that most people listening to the song won't know, kind of thing. I mean, I'm not sure really if it works. I haven't tried it, but there's these rumors that that is a thing. I don't know. It's kind of like what is that one album where if you listen to it backwards, it's supposed to summon the devil or some shit?
How many of them are there?
I think this was a specific album though, like Black Sabbath or something. I don't know, or Kiss, one of those. But like yeah, if you play it backward, it's supposed to say something. Apparently, it doesn't. I'm trying to remember what it is though. There's I think it's I think it's called Go to Hell, or If You Go to Hell, by this Canadian band called Moxie Fruvis. It's this, like funny thing about if you go to hell, put in a good word for me with Satan or something, but apparently if you listen to it backward at one point, it says Satan eats cheese whiz.
Okay.
I might be thinking of something else. I know there's something where if you listen to it backwards, it says Satan eats cheese whiz. It might not be that song, but yeah. I don't know. It was clearly taking the piss out of those people who think that there's some satanic message in there.
Oh my.
I don't know. It's kind of like there's an episode of Red Dwarf where time is running backward. And there's this one guy up on stage, and he's like, I'm talking to you, or I'm pointing at you, and I'm pointing at you, but I'm not actually talking to you. I'm talking to the one jackass who took the time to put, this is back when VHS was a thing, who took the time to record this and play it backwards so he can hear what I'm saying. What kind of lame life does that guy have? That kind of thing. And back then, like I say, it was VHS, so people didn't just, like, put it into their computer and hit reverse. You had to like record it onto tape and then find a tape deck that would play it backward, yada, yada, yada. So it did take more effort, but, it says like, I can't believe you took the time to do this kind of thing.
Allegedly, It is Nature Trail to Hell by Weird Al.
Oh, okay. I knew there was something. Okay. Yeah.
Dette
Okay.
si cara rajeta tatroyu coração da patatiani.
There is something, I swear, it's got to be backward, that's in that song by Moxie Fruvis I was talking about, but I can't remember exactly what. Also, you know the Morse code at the beginning of Queen Redshift that I've shown you from time to time? The Morse code does indeed mean something, but the thing is, I didn't write it down and I completely forget. I mean, it was something like, just bionic dance animation in Morse code or something.
Okay.
I don't remember, but it does mean something.
So I'm trying to remember. Was it Cool Hard Logic that started his stuff with Morse?
I don't know. I've never watched that channel. I remember in his early days, Surus was putting up like codes. Like crack this code to get the secret message. The first person who does it gets a prize or something.
Moo.
And then people kept answering them so quickly he stopped doing it. Or something like that. Or maybe there was one that took forever to solve and so he stopped doing it. But, for his first several videos, he had these translate this coded message thing with a bunch of weird wingding looking nonsense going on.
Yeah, I think I kind of remember that.
Yeah, it was seriously years ago. But I don't remember anyone starting their video with Morse code. Was it the same Morse code every time, or
Yes.
was it each
Yeah.
video had an... Can you let me say the or before you answer?
Move beef.
I was going to say, or was it different every time? And, so you had something new to translate every time.
No, memory serves me. It was something that also appeared in text on the opening screen.
But it was still the same something, the same text
every time.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. I would have loved to have done something like that, sort of a kitschy gimmick of okay, translate this every time. It will be something new. That kind of thing. Like with the bloopers were different every time, obviously. Similar in flavor, but different.
Trying to remember who. Do you remember who it was that opened with an eye shedding a tear?
No.
No, okay. Because that was what the opening screen was.
I do not recall that channel, no. I will say that there were a lot of channels that I just never subscribed to because of the format. Either it was an unscripted ramble, or it was more podcasty than debunkery or TED Talky. And sometimes even the TED Talky stuff just got a little more technical than I wanted. A lot of why I didn't watch Aaron Ra's stuff was because it didn't even necessarily address atheism. And a lot of it was just biology, and I wasn't that interested.
Oh, okay. That's what hooked me in the first place.
Nah, I wanted the debunking of religion. That's why I was there, and I didn't get a lot of that. It's also why I don't watch The Atheist Experience, because it's too podcasty. I prefer something scripted. I guess is what I'm saying. It's more accessible to me if it's scripted. I realize there's some hypocrisy in hosting something or co-hosting something that isn't scripted, but, other people like to watch it. I don't have to like to watch what I do.
Yeah.
So there's no real hypocrisy there, just saying.
Oh my. Okay, so the family lunch is over and she's back. Yay.
Oh, Lone Wanderer, gotcha. Hello again.
Je s'appelle Gara.
Back for more punishment, are we?
Yes.
It's funny, there was something I wrote into the script of Quinn Redshift that had a familiar ring to it, and I could not figure out like where I was stealing it from, because I knew it was a reference to something. Like I'd seen it done in other places. I just could not think. And it turns out, you know, Tintin and his friend Captain Haddock, right?
Uh-huh.
And how, like, if something bad happened to Captain Haddock, he would just start shouting random shit, you know, ruffians, Visigoths, villains, and all of that stuff. And at one point, a character sort of does that in Quinn Redshift, and I only just now, after years of having the script, realized where I got it. The only reason I realized is because I don't take my phone into the can. I usually have like a comic book or something in there, and I'm rereading Tintin at the moment. And that's when the penny dropped, and I'm like, oh, that's where I got it from.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh.
Despite the casual racism, you know, it's a product of its time. I do enjoy Tintin. I know that the dude who created it was like all kinds of abject. He's like, oh shit, yeah, that was bad. Never should have done it, you know. But it was like what, 1940 something or whatever, 1950 something, and we didn't know better back then. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you didn't. I mean, it's hard to excuse it, but at the same time, I can still enjoy this despite, you know, the occasional blackface. Because boy, oh boy, did they do that from time to time.
Moo.
Like Tintin disguised himself that way once.
Oh, and did he hide in the woodpile?
No, he had the full-on blackface going on, plus wig. You know, he was undercover, trying to catch some baddies, but still. I mean, but still. You know?
Oh, my.
Now, okay, weird question, but when people did blackface for realsies, I only ever saw black and white photos. You know how it always looked like their mouth was left unpainted for some reason with the stage makeup?
Yeah, huh?
Did they paint that red, or was it their own flesh tone?
You know, I don't remember.
Because in Tintin, his lips are just bright ass red when he does that, and some part of me is thinking they did that in those black and white photos and you can't tell. But the thing is, it also doesn't seem to be representative of any kind of reality, even a bigoted reality. Because I've never seen someone from, like, of African descent who looked like they had fucking lipstick on.
I'm seeing it both ways.
Okay.
I'm looking for pictures here, and I'm seeing it both ways.
It's something I've always wondered about, and it's hard to ask people the question because it is a very shameful moment in history when people were doing that, you know. And a lot of times asking about it, people just don't even want to talk about it. They think it's icky talking about it. They think that talking about it at all is to condone it, you know. And so it's really hard to have conversations when you're just curious about something that, yeah, was shameful back in history, but you don't know what the deal was, and you want to know all the facts without, you know, supporting anything, without taking a position on any of it. You just want to know what it was about, you know? It's really hard to ask those questions and not have people lose it on you. Ah, well.
It's a lot of subjects like that.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that there are a lot of them like that is that people don't want them examined. Oh, well.
Yes. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. And I guess part of it also is that just some of the topics one might discuss in these circumstances are uncomfortable for some people. Like there are a few times I've wanted to ask questions about certain weird sexual things you hear about from time to time, and you can't really discuss that stuff because it is uncomfortable. I mean, you remember, I guess it was one of your streams for sure. I don't know if it was the Christmas stream, but Phoebe was there, and we were talking about the like why women wear dresses and skirts like men don't, except for kilts. And yeah, it got a little weird, but
Yeah.
like it's hard to have that conversation clinically when you're curious about something, because there will be someone who like there's baggage,
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Ah, moo.
It's kind of like saying, I see where these disgusting people are coming from. I think they're full of shit, but I get what they're trying to say. Like, you can't say that to some people because they will take it as, like, understanding is to, like, to understand is to support or to condone.
Yeah.
It's like, knowing your enemy is something these people don't get, I suppose. But, like, I don't know.
Ah, coraste. Ay, la copatiana.
It's like, I know what I would do under these circumstances, but what would they do? I have to know what they would do under those circumstances if I'm to prepare for reacting to or even preventing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, know thy enemy.
Oh, my.
I don't know. I suppose it helps that I don't have much of a filter. Still need to get that damn consult for the autism thing, but having not much of a filter is one of the symptoms that has led me to suspect. Just not really seeing the boundaries of human conversation. This is polite and appropriate to bring up and this isn't kind of nonsense. I'm not very good at that sometimes.
Oh, this is interesting.
So point being that like I cross lines without meaning to, because I don't even necessarily know there's a line there.
Mm-hmm.
That happens to me a lot. That and like trying to explain after someone is misunderstood is taken for argument. It's like that, like a lot of times I'm not even trying to argue for something. I'm not even advocating for something. I'm just saying you are replying to something I didn't say, let me clarify, is taken as argument. And that is really difficult.
Yeah. Oh my, this is amazing.
Yeah.
We have a post on the Twatters. One citizen, one vote, end of story. Posted by Lauren Bobert.
Really?
Doesn't even know what you said, does she?
I mean, maybe she does, but I still thought that's what they were against.
That's what I thought, yeah.
I'm confused by that statement coming from that head.
Uh-huh. I mean, that statement signals to me eliminating the Electoral College.
Me too, but I guess my question is there context?
None. No, it's just one citizen, period, one vote, period, end of story, period.
but she's not replying to anything.
Right. It's an original post.
I wish I knew what inspired it.
Oh my.
I mean, I have to wonder, like, is it even possible to have the system that even allows for the possibility of gerrymandering being removed? I mean, by which I mean, like, counties will have like a county this, a county that. Cities will have a city this, a city that. But when it comes to state elections, like Congress Muppets, you know, some of those are still elected by district, it seems.
Yeah.
You know, like, I didn't vote for every member of Congress for California, for example.
Right.
So
And
I have to wonder, like, is it even possible to have a system that can send Congress Muppets to Congress, to Washington, without like having those state divisions that allow for gerrymandering if they're fucked with, if those borders are fucked with?
you'd have to amend the Constitution.
Yeah, well, I mean,
'Cause they,
we've done it before, but when was the last time the Constitution was amended? And I mean a full-on fucking amendment, not like tweaking an amendment that already exists.
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. Wait a minute.
Let's see, when was the last amendment passed? It says 1992, the 27th Amendment. I don't see what the 27th means, but it says here that was it, 92.
27th, here we go. Let's see what the text is. Because I think I know what that one is. That required any change to the rate of compensation for members of the U.S. Congress to take effect only after the subsequent election in the House of Representatives. Commonly known as the Congressional Compensation Act of 1789. That's the one, that's the amendment that sat unratified since the time of the Bill of Rights and was finally ratified only in 92.
I'm trying to find just a list of dates.
I have one here.
Here we go. All
Amendment
right.
26 was...
These are not in order exactly. This is in order of ratification. Damn it. All right, well, I guess I'm going to have to scour. 1947, 1962, 65, 1960, 1971. Okay, and then probably the 92 is in here somewhere.
1971 was the 26th. That was the one that changed the voting age to 18.
Well, I'm just trying to find, like, in what order were they? Oh, here we go. Okay. So 92, 71, 67, 64, 61. So, I mean, there is this massive gap between amendments. Like we haven't, it's kind of the way I've wondered, when do we, like, if we add another state, how does the flag get changed? How much gets changed? I remember in elementary school singing a song, 50 nifty United States from 13 original colony, like that. So we had 50 states back then. Will we ever change it from 50? It seems like we've locked ourselves in to 50 states and now 27 amendments, because when was the last time we actually added one that wasn't sitting there for 202 years, 223 days? Was 1971. That was, how many decades ago?
One thing you might want to remember, I have lived under 3 U.S. flags.
Okay.
A 48 star, a 49 star, and a 50 star.
Well, but I mean, what I'm saying is that we seem to have locked ourselves into a kind of stasis. There will probably never be more states because we haven't added one in so frickin' long. We've had the opportunity with like Puerto Rico and DC,
Well, we hadn't added
but
one.
we haven't done it. It's the same thing with amendments. I mean, we've gone multiple decades without adding one that wasn't sitting there for ages.
Well, let's see. We added Hawaii in 1960, Alaska in 1959, and prior to that was Oklahoma in 1912. I'm sorry, Arizona in 1912.
Well, 1960 is what, like 82 years ago?
Dayo Corosto.
And I mean, I wonder about like when the flag has a not easily divisible number of stars on it. Well, then what? Like if we had 51, that's not a very easily divisible number. Hell, for all I know,
Yes, it
seems like
is.
it ought to be prime.
It's divisible by 3.
51 is?
Yes. You can tell if a number is divisible by 3 by adding its digits. If the sum of the digits is divisible by 3, the number is divisible by 3. It works. It really does. So 5 plus 1 is 6.
But that's still not. That's not flag worthy, is what I'm saying. Like we would have to have 17 rows of stars, of like 17 rows of 3 stars to do that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to look for proposed designs.
So I mean, I'm just saying is like I feel like the United States has decided. I mean, maybe it's similar to the metric system. It's just too hard to change it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
It's good. It'll eventually get changed. It's just a matter of.
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, one of the things that, like, I'm of two minds about this. You know how we're always talking about this, that, or the other culture that's from, like, a minority? Like, take Native American culture, for example. A lot of people really desperately want to preserve that. There's other things that people really desperately want to preserve, this, that, and the other thing. And I don't mean in museums. I mean, like these people should keep being that. And I'm like, there's no problem with that, but it still feels a little bit like being locked into stasis, like there can't be growth or change. And cultures tend to stagnate and kind of go down the shitter if they're not adaptable. So, like, I can see the need to preserve something, but at the same time, it has to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. And I'm not sure the United States is capable of it anymore. Like sure, we might end up adopting the metric system on these shores, but somehow I doubt we'll still be the United States if and when it happens.
That's a safe bet.
I'm just saying, it's something I've given a fair amount of thought. I don't know. And I am starting to get properly hungry.
I'm probably going to have to
see.
do some stuff about some stuff as well.
Oh, okay.
Going to have to do some food, definitely.
Yeah.
One thing I am going to do before that happens, though, proposed 51 star flags. 'Cause I know there have been some propositions.
I mean, I could see maybe doing like a blue column rather than a square, like going down one side and then having, 17 rows of 3 stars going downward like that. I could see that.
Okay, I'm seeing one proposed flag here, with alternating rows. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alternating
Or,
rows of 9 and 8 stars.
I mean, that's odd. And there's those. I like that one better than this. I do find this one interesting where they've changed the shape of it. There's a few flags I know that are like that, but
That looks
not many.
that looks to my eye like Ohio's flag. Is
I was
Ohio is a
thinking of, I
pennant.
think Lesotho is the one. That's the one with the weird 2 triangle flag thing going on, I think, is Lesotho. This one, I'm not a fan just because this, like, diagonal bit looks like a candy cane.
Daju korostu.
Okay,
That one, yeah.
I'm down with this. All right. I don't know. I mean, there's already trademark infringement going on that one. This feels a little too Murica for my taste.
And too Trumpy.
And the less said about the bell end down below it, the better. We'll see. This is almost the kind of thing I was talking about. I mean, I would make the blue rectangle occupy and in like the top of it there, but like as in go from top to bottom instead of being way out in limbo like that. But this is the kind of thing I meant when I said, rows of stars like that.
Shestike.
I could be down with that one.
Moo, 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 moo.
I think I saw one that looked like the stars were in the shape of a football. And I mean NFL football.
No.
Well,
Let's
it just
not do
looked
that.
like it. It could have just been a straight up oval for all I know. Or it could actually have been a football. Or maybe it was both.
Desterrado toda pacienta ya que steni.
Anyway.
It is the poo-poo. That's what it is. It's the poo-poo without the platter.
Wonder if anyone's ever tried to do a mashup of The Twilight Zone and Doctor Who. And I don't mean the shows, I just mean like the theme songs or the openings. There's something vaguely similar about them.
Yeah,
And I don't just mean the music. I mean the visuals as well. I don't know.
Ahí está. Who knows? Who knows? Do you know out there? Do you know
I think the Shadow
422?
knows.
I could think of a joke which is kind of racist, but yeah. But yeah, you are wanting some food. I'm wanting some food. And I did say that I was going to try to keep this a little short. Sorry, guys in the audience, but one of the things I've run into is I've really got to start getting to bed really early because I've got to get to dialysis really early because it now takes longer to get set up. I need to put a topical anesthetic on my arm at least a half hour before I get the needle shoved in there. And that means that I have to get there an hour earlier because the buses only run once an hour. And the last couple of times I went to dialysis, I just couldn't, I could barely be awake to get to the bus because I couldn't get to sleep all night and my schedule was all messed up and everything. Really sorry, kids, but yeah, I is all old and I is. The worst of it, I don't as much mind being old as I mind being broken.
Okay, you're elderly.
Yes,
There we go.
yeah, I started throwing parts long ago. So I'll tell you what, I would like to say I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You know, you kids do keep me going. I say it every time and I mean it. You do, in your own way, keep me going. One of these days that magic is going to end, but we're not going to talk about that at the moment. And I sometimes question your taste, but as long as you keep liking this stuff, and as long as you keep wanting it and you keep coming here, I'll keep doing it. As long as I'm alive to do it. How's that sound? So I hope
I,
that's a
on the
good
other
thing.
hand, thank none of you. I deserve your adulation and your worship. So, you can thank everybody. I'm just going to accept it as my due.
There you go. There you go. So there you have the two sides of the coin, huh, kids? Oh my, oh my. And you're amazing. Every one of you are absolutely amazing. What can I say? And what I will say then is, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
May the force be with you.